scene, there we are. Alright. But no, he's not. Oh, the music just stopped. Good evening, everyone. I'm Richard Ehrman, and this is Victory Assured, and we're playing Tyranny. This isn't going to be a long stream, but it's going to be a stream nonetheless, in which we'll take a look at the early parts of the game. Now, let's go in, shall we? I think normal is okay, but let's be honest here, we want this to be hard. So we go with hard. Except...
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spy master and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tyranny, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tyranny brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
Yeah. In the Northern Empire, where you were born, men enjoy equal protections under the laws of the Overlord Kairos. In the southern lands of Atiris, only men may own or captain ships, but real estate is restricted to women. Men may lease, but durable ownership of land in Atiris is always passed to the eldest daughters or sisters. Most sons enter their father's profession by their mid-teens. Those without a profession or family lands to work can find purpose by pledging service to one of the Overlord's mighty Archons. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted into the armies of the Archons. If a child cannot forge his own skein, he will certainly find one in battle. What's our body type? Is it average, slim, or big? You know, I think average is okay. And I'll say that's an okay look. Ooh, customization options. How do we look? Portraits, so many portraits. Females. Not enough portraits, if you ask me. Let's choose this one. He has, or no, he has a mask. This one. I think that'll be okay. Now, what's our face? More chiseled? More scowly? Yes, this is a high-born man-child. Can you see the disdain in his eyes? Because I sure as hell can. Now, for his hair, we need something that really speaks to us. That really tells us, ah yes, bound back. You know? Alright, this is, no, not this, yes, this is good. Our hair color should be, I think something brownish would be good. Oh yes, let's take this one. Ah, the color of hazelnut. Oh, great. And we need a beard, of course. Yes. Ooh. You know, the Lincoln, perhaps? Or something more. No. Ooh. Hello, Sheriff. Ooh, a porn stash. Sideburns. Ooh, yes, I'm an evil overlord. What do you mean? Full beard? Or more... Ooh. This is a very 70s beard, if you ask me. Let's go with the full one. Now... Oh, it's only full hair color. What do we sound like?
Ah, got it.
That sounds too high-born, if you ask me.
I'm injured, tired. Let's rest.
Ooh, I like him. He sounds really lazy.
Found something.
To battle! Good work!
No.
You learned some... Ah, got it. Quiet down. I'm injured. Have a look here.
Heads up, we have company. Flawless. You learn something every day.
Ha! Of course, none has no sound. Naturally. Now, let's see.
On the lookout.
Yes, we needed a two, of course. We're really part of Kairos' army, then be senseless not to have one. Something that speaks to us, something that is us, so to say. No. Arcane symbols? All the dreaded might of the Aztec sun. Let's take the arcane symbols. Those are never wrong. Ooh. That's looking mighty nice. Alright, I think I'll accept this look. This appearance is something I can work with. Yes. How did you join Kairos' army? Today you are a Fatebinder, agent of the Archon of Justice. You are by no means free, but as a warrior scholar deputized with discretionary powers to interpret and execute the laws of the Overlord Kairos, you are freer than most. Ooh! Kairos is the name out of legend. For centuries the Overlord has consolidated power, sending vast armies to swallow entire realms. The most powerful mystic the world has ever seen, Kairos can issue edicts, magical proclamations that level cities, spread pox under the lands, or change the course of seasons. The Archons, the masters of magic though. The Archons, the masters of magic throughout the known world, bow to Kairos, and the Overlord readily destroys any Archons unwilling to kneel. These sorceresses and madmen lead the Overlord's armies in near-endless conquest. As the realms of the known world fall to the Overlord, these captured territories are divided up amongst the Archons to manage. Able to deliver suffering and woe to every corner of Territus without leaving a capital, you have seen the Overlord in person. Though Kairos' name is the single one most recognized name in the world, only the Archons can say what the Overlord looks like. One doesn't apply to be a Fatebinder. One is called by Tyranny, the Archon of Justice, and to decline is death. Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. How did you stand out from amongst this teeming mass of desperation and insignificance, and gain the Archon's notice? Tyranny, the Adjudicator, is the Archon of Justice, ruler of the conquered realms, and arbiter of disputes. Oldest of Yarkans sent to conquer the Tears, Tunon speaks of Kairos' authority. His true appearance remains hidden behind an iron mask, the face of judgment. Tunon is an impartial, sober creature, highly obsessed with justice and order. Though assumed to be a powerful combatant, Tunon rarely strays from his throne room, entrusting his court of Fatebinders to act as his eyes and ears, as well as judges, juries, and executioners. Interesting, if a tad bit dangerous. Update. Righto, back to the game. So how did we join? Were we a pit fighter? A soldier? A lawbreaker? A hunter? A guild apprentice? A war mage? A diplomat? Or a noble scion? Interesting, so we have to take an origin, basically. I wonder, what origin should we take? Being tied to the Overlord by our... Interesting. The lawbreaker. Accused of a crime you most certainly did commit, you stood before Tunon the Adjudicator and argued your case with eloquence and conviction. Impressed by your logic, reason, and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. Let's be a lawbreaker. It is rumored that Tunon selects many of his agents from his prisoners, who better to catch the wicked than those versed in such ways. In his mercy, Tunon offered you the choice of 2 sentences: decades languishing in prison, or a lifetime serving him in the court of Fatebinders. The choice was an easy one, and instead of seeing the inside of a cell, you were trained in letters and numbers, magic and war. The laws you once broke are now yours to interpret and enforce. Oh yes, I feel we are a lawbreaker. As one of Tunon's Fatebinders, you receive training in the arts of war, the intrigue and magic, and the inexhaustible depths of Kairos' law. Across the Northern Empire, the education of a Fatebinder is second to none. Those bearing the title are expected to read instructions and understand the economies of the realm in which they operate. Literacy and mathematics, skills rarely found on Territus, are essential skills in the execution of law. Subtler skills like speechcraft or tactics are honed with time and experience under Tunon's guidance. Ooh, interesting. By telling what we are trained with, we can now basically choose our focus. We can be trained in the sword and shield. Ooh! In the great sword, the short bow, the spell, though we only learn one ability with a spell it seems. Javelin, dual wielding, unarmed, frost spells and atrophy spells. Alright, so basically this is control, frost, shock and vigor are self-explaining. Greatsword. Wielding a two-handed weapon puts your focus on power rather than speed. This is a slow attack style, but the damage you deal will often overcome the armor of your enemies. We can go either with Thunder or Cleave. Deliver a powerful overhead attack that reduces the target's armor, or Sweeping Cone attack that hits multiple nearby enemies. Powerful overhead attack, reducing target's enemy. Let's go with Cleave. I usually learn that cleaving something is more useful. Though, I have to admit, Thunder would be useful at times as well. Oh well, at least with Cleave we have a basic kill all in our front attack. We get two-handed weapons, parry and athletics. Believing that all of his agents should be well-rounded, Tunon ordered that you receive training in a secondary combat style. Fatebind is often deployed into treacherous circumstances, and one's ability to adapt to unexpected changes, like sudden violence or legal entanglement, can represent the difference between life and death. Interestingly enough, it's also a combat style. So, I can choose War Mace, which basically teaches us Thunder, which would be pointless because it means we're taking two great weapons. I can go for Unarmed. Good stuff, someone is being challenged. While fighting unarmed, the dodge skill is used to avoid melee attacks rather than parry. Or we go with shock spells. Let's go with frost spells. I think frost would be useful for us to know. Though I really like the idea of being unarmed. Ooh, this is damn man. This is kind of useful. Dual wielding would be... No, let's go with unarmed attacks. Unarmed fighting is one of the more challenging combat styles. Damage is generally lower, but this is offset by the speed of your attacks. A good style for someone interested in being challenged. While fighting unarmed, the dodge skill is used to avoid melee attacks rather than parry. I see. I can use flurry of blows with two-handed weapons. Interesting. Let's take this one. You just know that it'll help us in the long run. Ooh, let's choose a banner. So what's our banner then? Oh yes. Oh yes. You just... Oh yes. Oh, this is going to be great. Something even more great. This looks interesting. The others seem not as interesting, truth be told, but this one. Yes. Oh, the fist. Oh yes. We want the fist. We want the fist! Nah, I don't think so. Oh, we can also choose the color of our trousers. Did I miss any time where we chose our... No, I don't think so. Alright, I think I did. Oh, yes! I actually... Oh no, this is hair color and tattoo color. Lawbreaker, great start. Oh, he's actually remembering our configurations. This is nice. And this is basic. Oh, alright. So let's see. I say we remain with the eagle. Usually the black eagle is a mighty sign. But I say burgundy red and black. It's so overused, you know. I say gold and blue. That's our colors. Let's go with gold and blue. Alright? Now. Black trousers are usually best. Using grey is also okay. So I suppose that this is the sigil of either Kairos or the Adjudicator. But we won't know until later on. Well, the Golden Eagle will be our sign and banner. It'll be a powerful banner. What is our name? Let's say we go with a single name. We are, for all intents and purposes, Telemar. You know, like Telemachios. Telemar. We are Telemar. Ooh, attributes. Resolve, wits. Alright, might has attack. So, each recommended gets one. Ooh, I can actually lower that. It's usually not a good idea to lower those. Now, might gives us induced defense and attack and ability strength. Finesse gives us accuracy and armor deflection. Quickness, on the other hand, cooldown for abilities. Vitality is health and will. Spell strength and magic defense. And resolve. Not as easy as one might think. Though this is endurance, will and magic defense, so usually quite useful to get them all together. Let's skate like those. Ooh, skills! Subterfuge, to detect and anticipate hidden traps, use dialect to determine, deceive and trick the person you're speaking with. Laws used in dialect to determine what you know about the history of the world or to impress others with your knowledge. Take attacks. Athletics. In dialect to determine your ability to overpower or physically overpower. So, right. So I need a useful law value. Subterfuge. Let's be frank. 33. 25. So, though I'm not as happy as I could be, but having a high law, subterfuge and athletics value seems useful. Oh, athletics is doubly useful for us, so let's take it like this. So, it seems we are actually quite powerful, which is good, if you ask me. It's usually good. Though I can actually give 2 points to parry. Alright, let's continue. How do you want to continue? Selecting the Conquest option will allow you to play through Kairos' conquest of the tiers, choosing how your character was involved in the invasion. This gives you the most control over the starting state of the game, and how other factions will react to the character. Quick Start. Selecting the Quick Start option will bypass the Conquest phase. You will select from a list of available templates for how your character was involved. No, let's go with Conquest. We want the full package. Conquest it is.
All the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tiers, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. 2 armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior. In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tiersmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tiers sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kairos' invasion of the Tiers, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tiers respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. It begins. The Bastard City. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tiers. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tiers, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' army. Taking this city would send a message to the rest of the tiers. Kairos' will is insurmountable. Select a token on the map to begin. Infiltrate the tiers. Gates of Judgment. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with the advance of units of both armies preparing for the coming war. The Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did you join? Gates of Judgment. The armies of Kairos took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the tiers. The two armies brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the army whose approach best suited you. I don't actually want to battle with them. Let's see. Let's conscript enemy fighters for the Scarlet Chorus. You joined the Scarlet Chorus as they raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman into the army. The voices of Nerat emphasized the rewards of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently his soldiers needed the reminder. You lent your skills to the elite Disfavored scouts to capture a border garrison. Raven Ash insisted that an early victory in your offensive would boost the morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. I don't like either. Standing shield to shield with Kairos' ironclad lead, you advanced on the mercenary army purchased by the nobles of a bastard city. The Legion wanted to send a message to the tiers that superior breeding and disciplined training would win the day. You rushed with a chaotic mass of the Scarlet Chorus, flanked the bastard city's army, and drove them to flee. We are elite. The bastard city learned too late that the military is earned and never bought. The mercenary army quickly found themselves outclassed by the superior tactics and formation of the Disfavored. Those few who lived to the end of the battle were rounded up, the weak executed, and the strong enslaved, to haul the army's wagons on the journey south. Interesting. Feeding the host, or judge the enemy? Which did we do? Do we decide the fate of enemy soldiers captured in battle, or found a way to feed Kairos' army? Against the most optimistic projections, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus made short work of the local defenses. They did so well that the armies quickly outpaced their supply caravans. Troops were plentiful, but food was scarce. You had only time to execute one plan: confiscate merchant caravans or pillage farmlands. You authorized Disfavored troops to confiscate food and supplies from traveling merchant caravans. The tiers had already spent ignorant centuries glutting themselves outside of Kairos' law. You authorized the Scarlet Chorus to send their horde out to pillage from farms and villages, spreading the infamy of Kairos' army, prepared the tiers for the reality of the impending conquest. No. We authorized Disfavored troops to confiscate foods and supplies from the merchant caravans. What about the soldiers? To judge the enemy. Conscript or enslave? The soldiers of the tiers fell by the hundreds, and Kairos' armies could not agree on how to handle what few survivors they dragged back to camp. Befitting your role, the commanders turned to you to decide the fate of those who occupied prison pens. There were only enough prisoners to support the plan of a single army. You gave prisoners to the chance to serve in Kairos' army or die. The Scarlet Chorus was in need of extra troops? No. When we are outpacing our enemies, it's best to destroy and confiscate the merchant caravans. After raiding the wagons of unsuspecting caravans and securing days' worth of provisions and supplies, the Disfavored found a cache of goods behind the hidden panel. They confiscated potions and elixirs bound for secret contacts within the bastard city. The hall filled the disfavored larder with provisions for the following year, and denied the defenders of the bastard city supplies that would be desperately needed in the siege to come. The armies of Kairos amassed around the bastard city, the first bastion of the Tears to fall. Both armies longed to storm the walled outpost, the scarlet chorus howling for plunder, and the disfavored forming an unbreakable shield wall. Their prowess on the field of battle had carried them this far, but there was one more step before total victory. Both of the armies had inspired schemes to take the bastard city. Which did you support? They sold the main gates? This would give us the ability of warriors' respite. Interesting. You joined the disfavored vanguard in a direct assault upon the city gates. No fortification would stand before the unstoppable legion. Do we burn the city? Setting fire to the city and blocking the gates. The defender would surrender or burn. You led a mixed band of disfavored and scarlet chorus scouts over the city walls to sabotage its defenses. No. This is useful. It was passing strange to barricade the very gates we sought to cross, but it all made sense when the fires began. The Scarlet Chorus sent a constant rain of flaming arrows over the walls of a bastard city, a plague that lasted through long days and tireless nights. By the end the blaze was too much for the city defenders to contain. Citizens crowded at the gates, pleading to be freed from the smoldering city. You and your armies were happy to oblige them. When the gates opened, they opened from inside. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tyranny sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethan's Crossing, or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. The troops of the mountain realm of Apex stood idle in the safety of their valley, biding their time as their neighbors in the bastard fell. In the second year of war, a joint force of the disfavored and scarlet chorus crossed over the mountains to take control of the Tyr's central valley. Or, deposits of iron made the settlement of Lethan's Crossing a strategic war asset. Kairos sent the forge-bound, smooth mages of exceptional skill to establish a flow of weaponry. Tyranny the Adjudicator sent one of his Fatebinders to ensure the enforcement of Kairos' law. You. So, do we enforce the law or the war? I say we enforce the war. To Apex we go. Year 2 of Kairos' conquest. The mountain nation of Apex, ruled for generations by the queens of House Vendrian, stood at the heart of the Tears. No army could bypass the landlocked realm without leaving the flank exposed to attack. By the second year of the war, the disfavored and scarlet chorus had pushed deep into the Tears. Elements of both armies were dispatched to conquer Apex. Tyranny assigned you to accompany them, tasked with bringing Kairos' law to the territories, as well as keeping an eye on both armies. Interesting. Denial of Strength, or Battle of Edgering Pass. A school of water mages, loyal to the Tearsmen, posed a substantial threat. The disfavored wished to annihilate the school, while the Scarlet Chorus insisted on capturing the mages, wishing to learn of their craft. The disfavored sent their most destructive ally to crutch Azurine Ford. Cairn, Harkin of Stone, buried the stronghold under an avalanche triggered from the surrounding mountains. The Scarlet Chorus were promised captured enemies for recruitment, yet none survived the onslaught. The Chorus demanded compensation. Interesting. The Scarlet Chorus is correct. We need those mages. We need to take them alive for interrogation. We will deny the enemy strength. I don't care about some 4. Though countless lives were lost taking the mages into custody, the Scarlet Chorus praised your name as they dragged the beaten elders of the school to the voices of Narat's tent. As a wave of screams and incoherent pleas reached the crescendo, the Scarlet Chorus soldiers outside cheered for their Archon. The disfavored adjourned to their camp in grim silence, claiming the chorus lacked the will and desire to truly, fully wipe out all traces of the enemy school. Poisoning the well, or a captive captain. When Kairos' forces captured a celebrated enemy hero, the armies bickered over his faith. The disfavored wanted him set free to convince his peers of Kairos' mercy. The Scarlet Chorus wanted him flayed and staked as an example. Do we use him to send a message, or his body? Hoping to break the siege, the Scarlet Chorus agents poisoned the Apex water supplies in secret. Days later, uninformed disfavored scouts died of illness. Outraged by the failure of communication, the disfavored demanded that the Chorus agents be turned over to them for punishment. I think use the captain to send a message? Are you silly? No. You executed the captain and his remains fashioned into a terrifying display. Fear was the Scarlet Chorus' most compelling weapon, and you knew that its impact would resonate across the Apex army. Against the better wishes of tradition, mercy, or even good taste, you had the enemy captain drawn and quartered by a team of enthusiastic butchers. Once the prisoner was disassembled, the butchers took great pleasure in reassembling his parts with stitching, cloth, and wooden poles, fashioning a crude totem of disorder. They mounted him on a hillside, where the warning of a grim spectacle hounded all who passed. The Scarlet Chorus nominated you to negotiate with the realm of Apex representatives and convince them to surrender, trusting in you to explain their inevitable defeat in terms they will understand. How did you orchestrate the surrender of the enemy? Negotiate or challenge? Through days of mediation, you negotiated the surrender of the valley to Kairos' forces, putting an end to further bloodshed. Your former enemies were loath to part with their lands, but were even more reluctant to continue a war they were losing at every turn. The Tearsmen are a stubborn lot, and despite their grim situation, it still took days of discussion and diplomacy to show them the madness of tenacity. On the third day of mediation, the rulers of Apex finally submitted to your terms of surrender, putting an end to the war on the valley, and freeing up Kairos' forces to march deeper into the tiers. And thus great Apex has fallen. The land of Apex finally rested in the hands of Kairos' forces. The Scarlet Chorus paused to revel in victory while the disfavored prepared for the next fight, affording themselves but an evening's rest. Kairos' army radiated out from the conquered citadel and worked their way across the tiers. The disfavored and Scarlet Chorus aimed to dominate as much territory as possible in the coming year. Your distinguished reputation in Kairos' military has left you the choice of your next destination to make. You can go to Azure. Kairos dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. The Vellum Citadel. Kairos' conquering gaze fell upon the Vellum Citadel, its treasures, knowledge, and secret. Or Stalwart. With its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable in the realms of the tiers. We go to the Vellum Citadel, I'd say. Easily Year 3 of Kairos' conquest. Ah yes, the Citadel. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill. It's Candlekeep, a circle of mages who had centuries ago carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands settled by other major realms. Legends said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the great library fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. We can use it by chain of command or song of ensnarement. A detachment of Kairos' army marched on the Vellum Citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kairos' forces looked to you for the next steps. The call weighed on your mind, as it had an immediate influence on soldier losses. Siren, Archon of Song, used her powers to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the citadel walls. After Kairos' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge, a crime under Kairos' law with the Scarlet Chorus. I say, we ordered the expendable Scarlet Chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Through a costly maneuver in terms of lives lost, this assured the survival of the most capable and effective soldiers. Ever itching for a fight, the howling mob still recognized the maneuver the sacrificial move that it was. Those from the Scarlet Chorus ran headlong into battle, made promises of a reckoning upon their return. Thankfully for you, hardly any of them limped back in one piece. Those few who survived made fevered whisperings to their grievances, naming you as a villain to the Scarlet Chorus. Oh, you fools! Plunder of parchment, lost to the mountains. The army captured a supply caravan overflowing with arcane books. When the disfavored started a bonfire of forbidden texts, the Scarlet Chorus rescued the texts and tomes for the flames and attacked. We can burn them, or we can favor the disfavored learned of a hidden enemy enclave and sent scouts to locate it. They never returned from the mission. The remaining disfavored soldiers demanded that you send the Scarlet Chorus to retrieve the scouts, but the Scarlet Chorus flatly refused to fall into the same trap. They recommend that the scouts be treated as wartime casualties. Let's go with the parchment. Burn it. In accordance with the disfavored's wishes, you upheld Kairos' law regarding forbidden lore, and had all of the texts burned. The disfavored cheered as they tossed books into the fire, savoring the pop of binding and the crinkle of pages beyond count turning black. Perhaps the contents might have proven useful, but that was nothing to observing Kairos' law. Even an advantage needed to be destroyed if it contradicted the Overlord's will. The Edict of Fire. Crestfallen by the preferential treatment you showed the disfavored, the Scarlet Chorus retreated deeper into the mountains, leaving your detachment of a skeleton crew. Tunon sent word that Kairos' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You have a choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Give no warning. Claiming they still had spies within the citadel, the Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace, and warned them of their doom, giving the Chorus's spies and the enemy a chance to run. You confronted the mages with a warning and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook, and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of a sprawling citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding lands. Days later the flames still raged on, the conflagration continually fed and renewed by the power of the edict. The Vellum Citadel is burnt, no more to exist. The armies of Kairos left the devastation of the Vellum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble citadel as the Burning Library. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, life. But a message had been sent. The Overlord would not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in them. They were mere specks dwarfed by an inferno, the last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' armies, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. You have reached the end of Kairos' conquest. Do you want to continue? Or start and rate your progress? Or start over? No, we continue. Of course we continue. This is our conquest. This is what we decided. This is what we wrought on this world. I do not say this lightly. These were hard decisions. Is there blood? Damn.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict. in any way that you can.
Great. Uh-oh. Hey, Panda Telema, I presume we've been expecting you. Alright. And I say... And there we are. It does not present us with a recap. Alright. Now, balls first. As you remember, last time we took part as a junior Fatebinder by the hand of Dunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, under the command of the great overlord Kairos, in the conquest of what is called the Tears. Now, we helped him through 3 years of taking the Tears. First, we are taking the Bastard City, then the Valley of Apex, and finally, with the burning through the Edict of Fire of the Vellum Library, which has come to be called the Burning Library. But all of this is unimportant for us, as we've now been blocked into this place, where Kairos has given us an edict of sacrifice. Everyone within this valley will die after a set amount of time, unless we do something. And the time limit is running. So let's see, we have an inventory, character sheet, sweet, okay. What is, oh, these are talents, we have talent trees, oh, quite a lot actually. Leadership, defense, power, magic, alright, range. Leadership, defense, power, range, magic. We've already unlocked the flurry of blows on agility, and we've gone into, which was it? Oh, it was only power. So it's agility, oh, it's in several categories. It's either power, range and magic, or leadership, defense and power. Which basically means that power has flurry of blows. No, agility and power has the other thing, the cleave. Alright, so we don't have any leadership abilities up until now. Whether that is a good or bad thing remains to be seen. Our journal. Kairos demands victory at Vendrian's Well. That was it called. As a Fatebinder of Tunon, you are tasked with delivering Kairos' edict to the Archons of the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus. You remember the 2 armies of Kairos the Overlord. They must defeat the rebellious Vendrian guard soon, or everyone in the valley, allies and enemies alike, will die. Travel to the Disfavored camp. Make your way southeast through Edgering Fort, and travel to the Disfavored camp where Graven Ash and the Voices of Narat are meeting to discuss their strategies. Now we have a typical biography, which tells us what we've done, our decisions, and of our past. You remember, we were a lawbreaker, because there were laws we broke, and that's goddamn if we didn't. The encyclopedia, which has a whole lot of stuff in it, which we can learn and or read about, maybe later. Some notes you can create. Records of our current statistics, basically. How much time we took. This reminds me very much of Baldur's Gate at this point. And of course the tutorial messages, of which we'll see a lot of them in due time. We have the reputation. We don't have any right now, which is strange if you ask me, but then again, don't ask me. We can create spells using sigils. Spells are created using 2 or more sigils. Core sigil determines the type of magic, frost, fire, illusion. The expression sigil determines how the core shapes itself into the wall, such as ball of fire or frost enchanting weapon. There are several categories of sigils that can ascend a spell, granting it greater range, accuracy, or providing bonus secondary effects. You can select, have default names based on the icon expression, rename them using a spell interface. Each sigil requires a certain amount of lore skills to learn and control. Can assign them to the empty slots of our characters. We can so I see. So the abilities we already have are combinations of these sigils, like Searing Palm. And we can give them an icon or rename them. You can see that we can modify the area of effect or range of our spells. Interesting. When using these sigils, the casting your eye will display increased range as a second, more transparent area. Ooh, nice. So I could theoretically take the sigil of fire and choose the expression of focused intent, which increasingly can create the searing palm. Alright, we already have that, and we only have this one. We don't have any accents, so it doesn't matter. We don't have a spire yet, to which we can aspire yet. We don't have any missives. We'll get some later on. Anyway, we also have a world map, Edgering Ruins, and Vidya's favorite camp. This is Rendrian's Well. Show map names, thank you. You can see our banner here, the golden eagle on top of a blue banner. And there's the world map, Wendrian's Well, the contested lands, and the Stone Sea. Yes, it seems clear now, doesn't it? Alright. What else? Well, in-game menu, but that's not really of import. Thrust is a simple attack. Cleave, Flurry of Blows, and Searing Palm. We also have a lesser healing potion. We have some talents. Oh, we can select our talents, basically. The Searing Palm event, combo abilities, artifact abilities, reputation abilities, battle stances, weapon sets, quick... Holy moly! There's a whole lot that's going to come up, actually. Over time, I hope. Let's see, what do we have here? Characters! Most people you encounter in the world are neutral or friendly. So basically, it's a green, red, or blue aura. The soldier Aurora has an important conversation for you. Thank you. Movement and controls. Let me guess. I click with my mouse button. This is just a guess, of course. Ooh, it's using WASD. Let's see, WASD, yes. Alright, this is looking good. Okay, so, last look at our inventory. We are currently wearing a ceremonial Fatebinder helm of Tunon, an armor, gloves, boots, of course, and a bronze greatsword. Ah, well. And we have 50 copper rings. 4 camping supplies. Not that many, if you ask me. And, of course, Kairos' edict. Can I read it accidentally? But for morning on the day of swords. Alright. 18 span of swords. Alright. Let's talk to the soldier Aurora. Conversations involve you, another character, and sometimes additional parties like bystanders or companions who may interject. The choices you make change how the story develops and will build a reputation for your character over time. People in the world will learn of reputations, good and bad, and respond accordingly. Your gender's attributes, skills, history, and gender, character, as well as decisions you made in the Conquest, may all open up options for you in dialogue. These options are not necessarily superior to the other responses, but give you a wider variety of choices to select from. Alright. Each character who speaks to you will display a banner beneath their portrait. These banners will indicate which faction of character is affiliated with. The tooltip on these will provide details about how the faction feels about you. Okay, and the names, of course, for tooltip. Oh, also, if you note, her picture now, portrait, is different from the one we used in the tutorial message. And, furthermore, she doesn't have an own voice acting. Kairos, the Overlord be praised! When I heard of the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps the gauntlet to a breastplate, the traditional salute of a legion. When I heard to expect a Fatebinder, I had a bad feeling Tunon would send you. The disfavored warrior clears her throat, forcing a smile to her face. If the Archon of Justice sends a Fatebinder who favors the ways of the Scarlet Chorus over the sanctity of a legion, perhaps that's a sign who's to be chosen to rule these worthless tearsmen. Ooh, Conquest decision. Let's see. Conquest decision. This mountain pass where you currently stand is the Edgering Pass, where Kairos' forces first invaded the realm of Apex. Denying the defenders the advantage of a terrain can, Archon of Stone uses this pass to reduce much of his mountain forever to rubble, conquering the pass without allied casualties. In doing so, there were few survivors from which the Scarlet Chorus would draw conscripts. As the arbitrating Fatebinder on the matter, you sided with the Scarlet Chorus, and the youngest disfavored soldiers were forced to join the Chorus for Cairn's actions. Ooh, interesting. Laurus 20. Can you hear that hum in the air? That glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. Your senses see more than mine, good Fatebinder. I do not pretend to know how much about such things, but if that was Kairos' magic, and you're here on important business, well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets who cares that you're here to proclaim an edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague? An edict of twisted bones? I come bearing an edict of Kairos. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. The edict is leveled against us? Her eyes widen with fear. Her posture slackens. But the Scarlet Chorus prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both of us? She clears her throat with a sigh. Forgive me. It is not my place to question. We should have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on all of us. Ooh, can gain minor favor with them. Glare silently. Gain minor wrath. Subterfuge. Your first instinct is to blame the Scarlet Chorus. No wonder Kairos resorts to an edict to enforce order. Yes, well, her eyes shifts to the side. There's indeed been little goodwill between our armies, and you are right. When we act as we do, what choice do we give the Overlord? She takes a deep breath, nodding as she exhales. And you're right. I should not cast blame so freely, especially not when talking to a servant of justice. My apologies. Well, you've travelled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you. Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastward with an alarm. Did you hear that? More runners. Third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. She points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Oathbreakers. In honor of the Rendering Guard reneging on the surrender of 429, soldiers in both the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus now refer to these cheersmen as Oathbreakers. It is perhaps one of the few points of agreement between the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. Interesting. So immediately running into battle, eh? Tyranny uses a possible... Yes, I've played Baldur's Gate, thank you. So, I have a 58% chance of hitting him. Let's see... Do I have to draw my weapon first? No, I don't think so. Let's activate Flurry of Blows first. Against
Will
him.
do.
Ooh, it does actually do mean that we attack more times. So, a simple thrust for now. Ooh, we have now a cooldown bar. Alright, he's already at yellow.
I'm not dead yet.
Ooh, attack moving to melee. Melee. Can we hit our allies? Ah, actually we can't. And we didn't do any damage. Skill increased. One of your skills has gone up a rank. As you use your skills in the game, they accumulate experience. When they gain enough experience, they'll increase their skill rank. As skill ranks increase, your characters will gain experience towards their next level. Interesting. Well, continue to kill him. Basic attack, go. Ah, we didn't hit. Ooh. To think that she's only doing one either. Oh, we wounded him. He's dazed. That's one down. Let's check further along the path for more. Wait, let's plunder him first. You can't just go on. Potion of Protection, which gives more armor, and whetstones. 2 armor penetrated by all attacks. Let's use the whetstone. That seems useful. This is everything. Party stash there. Use. Ha!
Yes.
Ooh. What are you doing? The avalanche shadows blocked. Think you could fit through the rubble? What's this? Field interactions. Some objects in the world represent problems or obstacles that have multiple solutions. Selecting these objects will display the field interaction. Many of these options require a member of the party to have a minimum number of ranks in athletics, subterfuge, or law before you're able to choose. Alright. That is actually logical. Thank you. Armor. All attacks do damage have to overcome target's armor. Enemy's armor reduces income damage by listed down to a minimum of 1. This is important. Some abilities do raw damage, which ignores armor. Oh! Our character will complain about not being able to damage an enemy. One of the characters engaged merely stop moving. If they move, they provoke a powerful disengagement attack. When the selected character is engaged, change to a red circle with wedges. Entanglement is indicated by arrows. What do we have here? Interactive objects, yes. Like Baldur's Gate. Minimap! Like Baldur's Gate. So, let's use the rubble.
Can't do that.
Boulder. A rock slide blocks the path ahead. You can squeeze through a narrow gap between the stones, or you can attempt to push one of the boulders out of your way. Move boulder, or squeeze through. Move boulder. Press your weight against the boulder directly in your path until it starts to move. Bah! Move it aside! Brute strength will also work. Kill them! In the name of the Overlord!
Can't do that.
Alright. Character recovery. All characters must recover after every action. Yes, so they explain recovery as cooldown. Alright. Abilities. Yes, I got that. Thank you. Let's hit her. We have a higher chance to attack this Sun Soldier, which is not an honor guard. Whatever the difference might be. With a flurry of blows, of course. Well, we will. Once we can. Ooh, we hit twice. We hit once for 14 slashing damage and once a crit for 19 slashing damage. A critical hit. Sun Soldiers gained a wound, so there's a wound mechanic as well. You scored a crit! A crit is a better result than a hit, and they are more likely to occur when the attack's accuracy is higher than the target's defense. Attacks that deal damage will do more damage on a crit. Spells and abilities that heal or improve your allies will be better on a crit. Attacks that inflict status effects. Alright. Mostly logical.
I got it.
Is he dead? No, barely injured. Well, there she... Oh, she was gibbed. Wow. Stone Shield hits Honor Guard, slashing ineffective. Interesting. Let's hit the Honor Guard. Oi! You! Eat axe! Great sword. Ooh, for 14. That must have hurt. So, let's see. Ooh, we can actually get a complete breakdown of how this game works. We have our accuracy against his defense. So it's unlikely that we'll get... We need to roll very, very high to get a crit. Alright. So basically... Ooh, fascinating. So basically we'll have to do it. Because for some reason Aurora isn't coming after. He's already injured. Oi! Die! Finally. Alright, you gained Wrath with Rendering Guard. Who knew? Let's plunder them. They have a Sun Soldier's Javelin and a Rendering Guard Heavy Bronze Gauntlet. Ooh, let's take it. Now, I'm not a mage. I am the biggest, badassiest tank you'll find. Not even tank, I think we'll go Great Sword Fighter. Which will be great, just you wait. Heavy armor. Has, okay, unarmed attack, quality common, armor 0.5. Interesting, the ceremonial Fatebinder gloves don't even have armor value. Recovery. Its recovery is better. It has more armor, it has more crushing corrode armor, and less recovery. The unarmed DPS is better, because basically heavier gauntlets mean you hurt more when you hit them. Minus 6 points deflection though is bad, and minus 2 point precision does mean that we'll hit less often. I think I can live with that. Let's use them. Alright. Oi soldier, talk to me. Don't bother with me! Go down to the pass! Justice! The soldier clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of entrails between his finger. You're wounded, and it's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. This but a scratch! I've seen twice as worse, 10 times over! He doubles over in pain, gagging and shivering. Keep hold of your guts, then. Farewell. He releases his wounds to flash your pain salute. Hail Kairos! Suits me! Ooh, plunder him. He has Waking Death, will revive when defeated. Alright. Ooh, what's this? Several skulls, bleached by the sun, and picked clean by carrion birds are spiked on a roughly hewn post. Wasn't finished. It is the only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs. Ooh, interesting.
Sorry.
Oh, there's an intense battle going on. Scarlet Fury against a Sun Soldier. More Sun Soldiers. This is the Scarlet Chorus, of course. This is also the Scarlet Chorus.
I can't.
Ooh, they are winning actually.
Try and catch me, worm.
A young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendrian Guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods to acknowledge you. Scarlet Furies are the elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus, distinguished by their graceful attacks and murderous persistence. Better armed and trained than most Chorus conscripts, the Furies are found amongst the vanguard of battle, their brutal displays of skill inspiring bloodlust in the masses and fear in their enemies. Vendrian Guard. Army of the landlocked realm of the Apex, defenders of central region of the Tears, named for House Vendrian, ruling dynasty of Apex. You know we should have killed their queen. Continue. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to a countryman. This one's crazy! Too much lead in our water! We should cut our losses and turn back!
Ha! Fate Finder. Here at last. Care to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery?
She nods to the armed soldiers bearing down on her. Save something for me! For the realm of Apex! Charge! The Vendrian Guard level their weapons in advance. Companions! The companion Verse has joined your party. Verse is a capable warrior, skilled in both melee and ranged combat. As you acquire companions, you will need to balance their strengths against the strengths of your character to be successful in combat. While it is possible to adventure alone, you'll find the game more rewarding with a well-balanced party. Yeah, I played Baldur's Gate, guys. I know what you mean. Player collector F2 for Verse, so F1 is me. Either control directly or via party buttons. Several stances and provide her with direct benefits in combat. No abilities can be toggled on and off, only one stance per time, so it's a one-person aura basically. Show me her stances. She doesn't have any stance currently activated. Both dual wield. Is she currently dual wielding? Oh, ooh, what do you know? She is. Red River and Gutseeker, really? Her weapons are red. Oh, you gotta be effing kidding me. Well. Okay, let's go with Seeking Sheath. Focus on striking with precision. Yes, and meanwhile, we'll go here.
I'm not here to make...
Oh, what's this? Blood-Soaked Stone. Combo ability, Telemann Verse. Coordinate with Verse to knock your target prone and follow up with a strong bleeding attack.
Fred.
Ooh, so we can basically do... to her. Patch! Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Unfortunately, we didn't hit. It's kind of sad, actually. But we can cleave them anyway. At least we could, if we just have, which we didn't. Strangely enough, the game just cancelled the ability on me. Let's go with a flurry of blows.
I got it.
And dead? Not yet, damn it.
On it.
Thrust into her and disengage. But why, Verse, why are you disengaging as well? Is there an AI supposed to follow me? Because that's not really... Right click to change party AI. AI behavior, defend party, defend myself, default, Blade Dancer. Alright, let's go with Blade Dancer. That sounds like something that should be her. Also, go with the evasive ability, thank you. And now... Can I now cleave, please? Yes, I can. What the hell? She just did 1,000 strikes. Wow. Not really 1,000 strikes, of course. But then again, I think you know what I mean. Ooh, quest updated.
I can tell you didn't spend the Conquest in a diplomat's tent.
The fighter surveys the fresh corpses and nods with satisfaction.
I'm Verse, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian Guard we killed didn't come alone.
Why are the Vendrian Guard attacking now?
My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
I'm ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
Rings. Rings were first introduced by Kairos in the early years of the Northern Conquest. The currency of the divided realms was of questionable value and easily counterfeit, and rings offered the promise of a shared economy simple enough for anyone to understand. Today they have a standardized currency across all the known lands of Territus. Their commonality and ease, yes, basically unimportant. We can either say, honor your fallen, or I see your point, nice and practical. Should we gain her loyalty or her fear? Her loyalty. Loot whenever you can, guys.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes.
For the voices of Nerat!
Varus furrows her brows and focuses down on the battle to come. Can I plunder now? Thank you. Ooh, nice helm. Mid. And some hide. Let's see, what have we got? New helmet. Also light armor, but it's better than ours in any fashion. Oh no. This? We are just look. This is hilarious, by the way. Just in case you didn't know or think it would be hilarious, if you ask me. Anyway, can we equip her with a helmet because she doesn't have one? Actually, we can, but hide her helmet because it looks shitty on her. Hide our helmet? No, don't. For the hilarity alone, I have to see this. Oh man, this is going to be great.
On it.
Nothing there, nothing there. Alright, everyone,
Will
let's
do.
go down into the skirmish. Oh, the Scarlet Chorus been active already. Eyes forward, no looking back! The Vendrian Guard warrior roars with his Felks. Felks. The Felks is an enduring symbol of military life in the Tiers. Adapted from the agrarian scythes of Azure, this curved blade was, in ages past, the weapon of peasants forced into battle. In the last century, the nobles of Apex took a liking to the weapon, and it has since become the weapon of all serious Vendrian Guard warriors endeavor to master. Roars with his Felks held high, the words lost largely over the din of combat. You! As his attention lands on you, a double take of recognition comes over the man's face. The Peacebinder from the war. The people of Apex know you as Peacebinder for your efforts to negotiate a surrender from the Vendrian Guard, saving them the costly conclusion to an inevitable defeat. You've met only a fraction of the Vendrian Guard in person. Oh, Conquest decision. But nearly all of them watch their captains bow to you. Would seem your reputation precedes you. If you've come to once again talk peace, it seems you're too late. Drop your weapon and perhaps we can settle this without bloodshed. We knew that violating the surrender meant an end to what little mercy and goodwill Kyros's forces have or ever will show us. Now there's no turning back. He shakes his head with a frown. I know you tried to do right by us in the past, but now you're between us and the way out. Nothing personal. Hey, Binder, did I hear that correctly? Maybe you misunderstand why we're here. As he signals his men to charge, the sound of chanting rises from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements! Hurry! Oh man. Run down the Oathbreakers! Let none escape! From the red mob of reinforcements from the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of a rebel, the ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scraps a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Vendrian Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there, keep to the path! The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but the soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. No! Don't engage them! We need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon. Too bad.
Look at that!
Companion combos. When you have companions in your party, you are able to execute unique and powerful abilities. Yes, I know. Companion will do recovery. Alright, I already knew that because we've already seen the ability here.
Future core.
What? He didn't use the... Oh, she will use the ability, but I won't, it seems. So basically, I tell her to use the ability, and then I get to cleave. Basically, everyone! Isn't cleaving fun? Interestingly enough, he's also the target being completely focused by everyone else. Let's kill that bastard here. Oi! Wounded. When a party member takes damage, they will start to lose health. The health bar next to the portrait will start to decrease. When a party member health drops low enough, they will gain a wound. Until health bar will turn red. Wounded characters have their maximum health reduced and receive a penalty to all skills. Wounds are removed when the party rests or when the character levels up. Interesting. So she's at 33 out of 105. Can she use? Yes, she can use a lesser healing potion. Alright, so to help her, we need to kill the bastard that's attacking her.
Damn thing!
Oh, but it doesn't change the fact she is and remains wounded now. To think that she even has activated her dodge ability, which is kind of sad.
And couldn't pierce cloth.
Come on. She can't still use the next one yet. Yes, almost dead. This isn't looking good for her. Yo, use it. Alright, one down. Several more to go. Kill him. And he's dead. Oh, a disfavored soldier. Come, quick! We have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. Idiots. How did you get captured anyway? Let's plunder them first.
On the lookout.
Ooh, there are several things we can actually use. Alright, what does he have? A broken armor. While no longer worthy of combat, this broken armor can be sold to a merchant as spare parts. I can work with that. Alright. What's this? Several skulls, scarlet chorus. Weapons are strewn everywhere. Every blade shows signs of rust. Every piece of armor is needed for repair. A head wrap. Okay. And some fruits. Which, fascinatingly, give us wits. So, yes, eating fruit makes you more intelligent. The symbol of the scarlet chorus is smeared in blood on the tattered cloth tent. No effort has been made to repair the gaping tears. More weapons, all in rust. Oh no, those are stacked neatly. Kairos ordered the original icon of his disfavored erased from memory. For over 100 years, the disfavored have kept the scratched out iconography, wearing it with pride. You're idiots, you know that? I mean, he didn't do it, so you'd think that, oh no! Let's take this with pride instead!
Just point me in the right direction.
Yes, I know.
On it.
Come on. What does he have? Ooh, heavy guard bronzer. New equipment! And yes, I know that my recovery time is going up and up and up. Scroll, lesser sigil of reaching grasp. Law 31, which increases the range of a spell. Not bad.
On the
Ooh,
lookout.
who are you? Cosma. What are you doing? You draw attention to me! Please, attend to the battle at hand! Why are you hiding? Are you a slave? You can't be a slave, you're still alive. And you're not fighting. Ooh. Stow your weapon so we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Cornered between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him! Worry not for me! Graven Ash will protect! The disfavored warrior winces, blood seeping from the seams of his braces and cuirass. The disfavored are all protected by Archon Graven Ash's mystical aegis, and many will attest that it allows disfavored to endure truly staggering punishment. However, there are no documented cases of a disfavored surviving decapitation, being sliced in half, or other wantonly fatal doses of trauma. It is highly unlikely that Ash's aegis will save Drastus from his neck being sliced open. You hurt the man! He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp?
His blade?
With a jerk of a knife, he slices off a clump of Drastus' matted hair.
If you're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer.
Aww. Athletics 30. Lower your weapon, then charge forward and wrest the knife from him. Disfavored, gain my favorite look. Ooh, yes. Alright. We charge forward. The Oathbreaker cracks a wide smile as you lower your weapon.
That's right! Now the rest of you drop those weapons!
With his attention on the other warriors, you dash forward. He reaches out with his dagger to slay Drastus, but your hand is already on his wrist. With a wrenching twist, you mangle his hand, dropping the dagger harmlessly to the ground. The disfavored warriors rush forward from either side of you. Tyrell barely manages a strained gasp before being hacked and impaled upon their swords and spears. Kairos be praised! That Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Khan himself! Drastus slides a trembling hand along the cut on his neck. Thank you, Fatebinder! I thought today was my last. From the look of it, guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. We found a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Drastus holds a handful of crumpled parchments for inspection. Ooh. Literacy is rare in the Northern Empire, where disfavored are born and trained. Time spent reading and writing is, after all, time not spent sparring and readying one's body and mind for battle. A student of letters such as yourself should be able to make sense of this. Examine the parchment. Repeating the same messages in different writing scripts, the parchments explain the Vendrian Guards' desire to overthrow Chiron's archons and rout their armies from the tiers. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's well. Recruitment material. They were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. Well, from the look of it, we kept them from slipping out the valley. Whatever they hoped to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you're ready, leave by the gate to the southeast, and follow the trail down slope for a few hours. You'll see the campfires leaks away. Can't miss it. Alright. And he disappears. Interesting. Ooh, we gain dodge +1. I wonder why. Let's take a look at our skills. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam. Athletics has increased by 1. Yay. This also, interestingly, increases our accuracy and our attack and ability strength. Useful. Let's plunder the man. What does he have with him? Honor Guard's Bronze Falx, 2-handed sword. Better than mine. A quick finger bangle, which gives him haste. Are you effing kidding me? A fish and a scroll, sigil of distant impact. Take it.
On it.
Let's see. Contains a magical obsession which is used in spells that affect targets at a distance. I wish to learn this. You've discovered a new sigil! Magic in the world. Yes, I know. We've read that. Fish. Don't care. Quick finger bangles. Ooh, we are now hasty. +1 quickness. Oh man. Haste isn't as good as it used to be in D&D. Still good though. Still good. Now, the Honor Guard's Bronze Falx, in the other hand, is a better 2-handed greatsword than what we are currently using. It's more accurate, interestingly, and it has a higher damage value, which means that we'll of course use it. Because why the hell not? But nothing to explain it, basically. No. Skycap? No. Still can't use it. No. Can I give her any? No. Nothing useful. Alright. Anything else? No. Ooh. The once pure water of Queen Lyseria's tears has run red with the blood since Cairo's invasion began. Ah. Well, and why shouldn't it? The Overlord decrees, the Overlord giveth, the Overlord taketh. You see a very old, broken section of the wall. There is a rope hanging down that has recently been used to scale it. Climb up the rope. What secrets are hidden?
Found something.
Subterfuge. Oh, is our subterfuge completely increasing by 1? No, it doesn't. It was 1 experience point in subterfuge. What are you? Ooh, a loose stone with a potion of invisibility?
On the lookout.
Climb down. Sweet loot.
Moving cautiously.
Now, move normally. Oh, great, prisoners. I just like to save from time to time. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. The Archon demands all prisoners be given a chance to serve for Chorus. These lying whores spawn have a chance long ago. I say kill him. The prisoner says his name's Tarkus Demas. Dresses lets out a long sigh, tapping his gauntlet finger to his temple. Then I don't think this is a complicated matter. He dies. His family been a driving force in the Mandarin Guard. Killing him should demoralize whatever's left of the Tarkus clan. But we must offer the enemy redemption! The mage turns to you with a knowing smile. When we first conquered this pass, and your fool Archon killed half our scouts, the Fatebinder here knew the wisdom in letting the chorus replenish their numbers, even if it meant acquiring some undesirable talent. We'd let you take prisoners, but you can't control them. You'd send these conscripts out on patrol and they'd never return, defecting all over again. I can't let this nonsense strategy continue. Well, I insist this Oathbreaker be taken to the voices of Narat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a Fatebinder here to settle the matter for us. The chanter turns to you, an expectant smile creeping across her face. Ooh, give me a second. I think there's something with the sound currently going on, which really shouldn't be. Might be a little bit too loud, in fact. Let me... Oh, yes. Very much so, actually. Very much so. This should sound a lot better now. I do hope that you can hear me more clearly. Okay. So this also means that I need to turn down the game a little bit more, because otherwise you won't be able to hear me. Great. Okay. Now, to continue onwards with the game. There. The chanter turns to you, an expectant smile across her face. So, what say you? What shall become of this prisoner? Execute him? Or the court should be allowed? No. Are you kidding me? Execute the Oathbreaker. One chance to surrender is enough. The Tearsmen can be trusted. Rakes, thieves, hordes, nothing more. We were far too merciful the first time. Dresses nods to a nearby warrior. Have this one tied up. He and his friends can watch each other rot in the sun. I won't keep you here any longer, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. Dresses salutes you, his iron gauntlet wrapping against his breastplate. For the glory of Kairos! For the glory of the Overlord. No, spell creation. Reputation. Let's see. Favor, wrath. Ooh, we get abilities when they really don't like us. Interesting. We also get them when they really do like us. That's oh my god. Right. You killed a Venturing Guard soldier. Oh, come off it. I gain loyalty or fear with her. Fury's Rage. Death from above. I can get Raven Ash reputation. Or Naraf. Oh, so basically the Archon's reputation or favor changes with the fact that the factions change. Interesting. I like that. The idea is really interesting. Walking in place, don't care about you. Nothing here to plunder, nothing here to take. This is the southeast
Sorry, I
gate.
can't.
Ah, shut it. Scarlet Chorus, disfavored. And out we go. Oh, wait. Something down here, perhaps? You never know. Aha! I knew it! The wall has begun to crumble, creating handholds suitable for climbing. Climb up. It's locked!
Sorry, I can't.
Can I attack it instead?
Sorry, I can't.
And of course she can't either. Great. So we're basically both too dumb to do this. And climb down again. Well,
Can't do that.
laters! Ooh, I can zoom out. Okay, what do we have here? Talk with companions. Can talk to them. Disengagement attack. Weapon set. Spell scrolls. Stealth. Quest journal. Hidden objects. Thank you. Let's talk to her for a minute. Because, sure. Oh. Couldn't help but notice how you were eyeballing the disfavored symbol littered about camp. It's hardly a symbol, just a scroll. That's true, but it used to be a pride of a Graven Ash Legion before Kairos made them deface it. What happened? Word has it that Ash has been under more scrutiny than the other Archons, seeing as he took a stand against Kairos in the past. Even though he bent the knee in the end, that doesn't place him above suspicion. Kairos and the other Archons keep him on a tight leash. Oh, so he's a potential traitor. Maybe he's learned his lesson. Can never be too sure. Traitor's a traitor. Before he bent the knee to Kairos, Graven Ash rallied his legions against the Overlord's authority. His prowess on the battlefield ingratiated him into the Archons, who welcomed him into their ranks in exchange for his obedience. Ash's troops impressed the growing empire, but Kairos made them sacrifice everything they were up to the point Ash surrendered. They've been disfavored ever since, and fighting to earn back their honor. I guess that's why I don't cross the Overlord. Kairos holds a grudge with a mean, jealous streak. I've heard enough. I don't blame you. Compared to the Scarlet Chorus, the disfavored are about as interesting as hard labor. That's not the reason, but I don't think I'll tell you. I can speak with her just like that. Disfavored camp. This fort was constructed shortly after routing rebels along the valley's western edge. The Archon, Graven Ash, directs all disfavored efforts from this location. It will take you 3 hours. Yes. I mean, come on guys, isn't the first time we did this. Do you know, I've taken about 200 to 600 days playing through, what was it? Oh yes, Baldur's Gate. We've arrived at the disfavored camp.
On it.
Take what you can carry, but leave the cart. Otherwise we seize you and your wares. This is robbery! This is Kairos' law. Hail, Fatebinder. The disfavored scout nods at your approach. Camp ups on ahead. Thou might us, just clearing out the rebel. I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll, but she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another. It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit.
A trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing?
Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bassett City and plead your case before Tunon, but we'll lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. Anything to be argued before Tunon may be argued before me. What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel and... The warrior pauses, placing her hand in front of the mouth. If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. The soldier clears her throat, looking at you expectantly. Is this a disfavored matter? But I know the agents of the courts do so love to throw their judgments around.
Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today.
The merchant grabs a flask from his cart.
Or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing draughts. Certainly any army will need those.
He uncorks a small ceramic vial, and the aroma of cloves and lanolin assaults your nose. Ah, you have a lot of perishable goods, but no hauling crew. You're just a battlefield looter.
I don't...
The merchant tenses up, his face flushing red.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Pick him up by the collar. How stupid do you think I am?
Slow down! I'll tell you everything. Just don't hurt me. I found most everything out in the forests of the valley. I'd keep my head low when I heard sound of combat. Then I'd take a look and grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors.
So when you stole from the disfavored dead, how else did you get your hands on that iron? The scout points to the merchant's cart. You would come here and sell us our own armaments.
If anything has an owner, I will return it. But this iron would have turned to rust if left in mud of a battlefield. It is favored of few in numbers, that not right. You need a man like me to gather up supplies that would otherwise go to waste.
Leave his card as a gift for Graven Ash, and leave and never come back. You stole from the Arkans, and then wish to sell it back. Your life ends here. No, this is pointless. The disfavored will tolerate your presence, but you will pay them handsomely for such charity. We will? The disfavored soldier clears her throat with a cough before repeating herself in a more upbeat manner. We will! It sickens me to make exceptions for this vulture, but if you'll supply the disfavored without profit, perhaps his indiscretion is for the best. It's not like our larders are overflowing. A work slave to scrounge provisions would be an asset.
Thank you for interceding on my behalf. I know my life will now depend on showing the disfavored due gratitude for suffering my presence. If I must grovel a bit to earn my daily grain, so be it.
Still don't trust this man. For all I care about,
Moving
it could
cautiously.
be much, much worse. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch you Arkans bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voices of Nerat told me that you've come as a mediator. Considering the sources, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story. So let's have it. What's so special about you? The voices... But the voices of Nerat ask you to spy on me. At a loss for words, Verus regards you with momentary unease. Well, are you even surprised? He's the Archon of Secrets, no in advance in his business, so he's snatching up any advantage over Graven Ash. Those two compete like a couple of new recruits for a spot around the fire. It's nothing nefarious. The voice is just curious why you're here. If he wanted to know more, you wouldn't be able to suss it out that easily. He would have sent one of his scarier peons in my stead. Interesting. So we can gain either... Oh, let's lie to her, because who is she to ask? Enough of this. No, why so suspicious? It's just a feeling I got. When the Arkans are together, the air gets taut as a bowstring. I can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. So why invite a mediator from Tunon's court? Doesn't add up. Why do you think the Arkans are at odds? I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, so I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two, like a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Graven Ash and the Voices in the Rad shared some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but I don't know any particulars. That's absurd. If the Arkans cannot put the past behind them, they are unfit to command. Quick to anger, are we? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would take care where you speak your mind. Someone is always eager to report slander to their favorite Arkan. With all the power they wield, those types are not quick to forgive. What else has the Voices of Nerad told you? Only that I could find you in Etchering Ruins. Truthfully, I could have picked you out of a crowd. You're the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Matani River. She loves, but there's a forced nature to it. Enough of this. I must meet with the Arkans. Hey, don't let me hold you back. I'm sure whatever you're here to do is important enough that you don't need me stepping in your path. The war tent is just past the center of the camp. One last thing. Be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head. And that's coming from a Fury. That's rich. The wood used for these parapets is pristine and finely cut. These walls have yet to see any battle. Who do we have here? Step closer and present yourself. No, not yet. What? Oh, wait. I am the masked man. You must obey my commands due to my ridiculous mask. A humble grave lies before you. A battered sword has been used as a marker.
A modest grave for the Archon's son, Brennix. We don't bother with funeral rites in the chorus. No point in thanking conscripts for their duty.
And you wonder about the... Oh my. This is absurd. Ashen Grave has lost his son here. Well, look at you. Our gate crasher from the court is still in one piece. Ooh, Conquest decision. The Gates of Judgment, yes. Having joined with the disfavored phalanx, you fought along the mountain slopes, proving your worth alongside the ironclad soldiers. Though you are not considered a member of the Insular Legion, those who fought with you fondly consider you one of the gate crashers, a veteran that can boast having seen the war from day one. Hey, hey. The guard pounds his chest plate in salute. Welcome to the disfavored camp. Always happy to have an honored ally pay us a visit. Raven Ash protects. That he does! The warrior nods in approval, then taps twice on the gate to signal your arrival. Be well, Fatebinder. Glory to Kairos! The Conqueror's will. Ooh, they have a training place as well. Barrick. You are ugly. Pentabor, Rona. Let's... I think this is the center of a camp. Bit equip. What a name. Ooh. Steel stiff, steel stuff. Stone shield helm. I don't know. I'll take it for now. But do I really need it? I do need to sell some of my things soon. Hail to you, guardian of law! The man dressed in the merchant's finery greets you with a smile. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if it is favored, suffer merchant of a camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. He points to his collections of shields, rations, satchels, wineskins, and other sundries. Take a look and see if something interests you. Might I take a closer look in one of these crates? Standard inspection procedure. He hesitates and then corrects with a welcome smile. Of course. By all means, I have nothing to hide. He makes a show of removing a crate's lid and showing off his wares with an open palm. His supplies are all perfectly ordinary. You see nothing out of place or unauthorized by his mercantile supplies. Everything seems to be in order here. I'm glad to hear it. There isn't a temptation in the world that will steer me from the good favor of Tunon or Kairos. Let me see your wares, then. Pentibor rubs his hands, eyes alight. Let's see if we can find something you might like. Let's see if you have something I want to sell. Yo, take this. And this, and this, and this, and this. Not this. This, on the other hand. This, of course. And this, and this. And this. Oh, yes, this. Yes. Okay. It's worth nothing. It's worth exactly 1 ring. Basically nothing. Iron rings, bronze rings. Interesting. Now, let's see. Brotherhood Stout. Okay. Ooh. We don't have that yet. I can actually use that. Camping supplies, don't want to buy that. Blood moss, not really. Would I want to buy grain? I'm unsure as of now. Okay. Let's trade this. Thank you. Come again.
You learn something every day.
Ooh, Law +1 has given us a level up. Now, level up. What's this? Stores. Level up. Your character has earned enough experience to advance a level. With each level, your maximum health increases and your character is fully healed. You also increase 1 attribute of a character and purchase a new talent. Click on the level number on your character's portrait to spend your points. Press C. Click. With each level, you can increase 1 of your character's attributes. Yes, I can guess that. Maximum level is 19. Until then, it requires 1 point, afterwards 2 points. Okay. So, I'm currently wearing the quick finger bangles. Yes. Now, let's go with might. I hear it's something that you can use every day. Though I do need more subterfuge. Nah. Increases our dodge value. Interestingly enough, not parry. Nope. Let's go with might. Usually might's best for this. Active effects. Level up bonus. Quick finger bangles. Save. Yes. We have a talent point. 6 categories. Each tier of talent unlocks based on how many talent points have been spent within the tree. Companions their own talent trees with unique abilities. Alright. Now, let's see. Interestingly enough, I can't actually buy into the leadership tree, because I need level 3 for that. I can, however, buy into the power tree, because, why not? Unlimited power! I can learn Thunder now, or Focused Strike, Palm Strike, or the Blitz Stance. Powerful strikes that penetrate a foe's armor, or go with Agility for Feint, Lightfoot, Slice, Arrow Shield, or Sneak Attack. Two-handed greatsword Sneak Attack. Range is kind of useless for us. Magic, no, I don't think so. I really want a stance, actually. because that'll allow me to go to ooh. Actually, that's pointless, but two-handed mastery? Yeah, I can see us getting that. Now let's see. More strikes in a shorter fashion allow us to make more of the DPS that we get. Rapid strikes to overwhelm the enemy or mighty. Oh, this is actually a really difficult decision because it's basically what we are trying to go on for later in the game. Nah. Sure as hell not. Safe distance, pure shot, and shield cone of magic. You know what? Actually, most likely it's useful, and focus strike is very useful actually, but I say we go with well, we have taken flurry of blows for exactly that reason, so of course it's more useful if we take the blitz option. Usually, oh no, if we take, yes, let's take the mighty stance. So let's take a look. +4 armor penetrated by attacks, and this one minus 15% recovery. Oh, this is incredibly stronger. Yes, blitz stance, no drawback, and minus 15% recovery time. Are you kidding me? Of course it's better. And we got a new core. We now have an ice core. We can now use the rim or the rime spike. We still don't have any accents or the frozen grass. And the fireball, classic. Alright. Oi!
Right.
Ugly! Talk to me. You can't make out the ironclad soldier's expression on his twisted helmet. He merely stares at you. Well, I can stare back, and I can stare twice as hard as you. Ooh, the smith. Talk to me. Isotanis curses the air as the blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. He wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forged bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch. Don't get me wrong. Can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike this stubborn iron we have here. He glances at a pile of his work with dread. And we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn up military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, comes out soft. Look around camp. We're grabbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They covered its favor at the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may have a backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths and Levian's crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage. I'm afraid so. The lost shipments sent down to the Matoni were missing the Echo crossing, and I'm afraid we won't be seen anymore now that the well is sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tunon's responsibility. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Isiotanus flinches and lowers his own. Graven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Thundering God. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself an echo call, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that! He's just a great general, moving you more kiss. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. Will be a boon to the war effort if I was recovered. I'm here to help, even if it means cleaning up the Archon's mess. No need to salt the wound, Fatebinder. None of us is mistaken in thinking that the siege has gone exactly as planned. He glances to a crate beside him and points to a smaller set of notches on the wood. You see that? That is how we tell apart the iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous so people don't go snooping around. You'll want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting. Papa. Oh, it's locked. Damn it. Plunder, 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 and take. Plunder, 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 and take. Oh, man, I'm beat. Ooh. Mine now. Sigil of Strength. Who are you? Glory to the voices of Nerat! Projecting his salutations for all to hear, a grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as he approach. Fine pointer Talamar, I presume. Smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I'm Bitter Quip. I'm here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. Bitter Quip looks at you impatiently. What is it like working with a disfavored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. The portent of the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for a title. One. A leadership must be continuously proven, earned and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see with my own eyes the failure of the disfavored, there will be a fine day. Farewell. He nods as you depart. Well, aren't you a chipper soul? Let's steal this. Bronze War Mace. Mine now. Carefully skinned game hangs from this branch. It appears sickly and malnourished. How strange. And more to steal. Mine now. If I didn't tell you, I really like playing the boss of it, taking everything that's not nailed down. I'm Lucia. This is Marcus. With his favorite soldiers points to the armored man next to her. And you must be the Fate Binder. Yes, okay. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to babies, assigned to your hospitality. Marcus quickly interjects. While you remain on this favored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Farewell. I think we'll take a look at you. Later. The Archons await you inside, Fatebinder. Thank you. Load, load, load. Yesterday you shot me for wishing to wait, now you suggest an even longer delay. Perhaps the voices in your skull ought to come to a consensus if you wish to be taken seriously. Good advice is flexible, changing with the moment. Besides, we've now your hate going to battle without overwhelming us on your side. I don't need your heckling. Need your scouting reports, or better yet, confirmation you quelled the oath-breakers in the Outer Valley. Oh, that? We will solve it in our own time and way. We must make it at least a token effort. Mercy? They all have already shat upon your mercy once before.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. A large and imposing man to begin with, his profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery. But I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secret passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. You hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. We'll be with you just a moment. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Clear your throat.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. His favorite commander raises her voice, trying little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we could table this discussion and let our guest speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
The Archon of Secret twirls his scepter in a twisting loop. Can you hear us, Fatebinder? Cuff, if we have your attention. His leather-wrapped hats flipping the heavy rod with an effortless flow. Cuff audibly.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
The voices of Narat tosses his scepter into the air. Good, good. Now pay attention. You might miss something. Catching it as it descends back down.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the Tearsmen, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
Siren is the archgun of song and the youngest Archon sent to conquer Tears. Young and inexperienced, Siren is sought for voices of Narad, who uses her powers of charm and manipulation to swell the ranks of the Scarlet Chorus with volunteers. The Archon flips his scepter 3 times around, humming gleefully. Take care that you don't learn too much, Fatebinder. An excess of knowledge, of curiosity even, can earn unwanted attention. Hold your tongue! I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. The commander's hand moves to the hilt of a blade, though the weapon stays sheathed. I'd be doing us all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a hat. They bicker like children, do they not? The fifth eye's grating tenor pierces the tension in its teeth, and all eyes land on the crimson spear. I meant only to say, welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. The armored retainer bows with rushed inelegance, then rises to salute. And not a moment too soon.
Did I give you permission to speak?
The Archon of War turns to you, his blue eyes wide with anger. The many portraits you've seen depict Graven Ash with a stern, unamused countenance. He's even more taciturn in the flesh. Bow to the Archons. Apologies for the sudden entrance. I've traveled long to be here. No, I'm going to glare silently.
Ah, the fire starter has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow?
You were given the honor of proclaiming the Edict of Fire, and to those present you are often known as the Fire Starter. Though your orders left it vague as to when you should proclaim the edict, you choose to give the sages a few hours' warning. The Scarlet Chorus soldiers seem fine with your decision, claiming that spies among the sages who deserve to escape, but the disfavored view the decision more coldly and consider it coddling the enemy.
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Edring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all.
On the last of his words, the Archon of War glares at the voices of Narad, furrowing his brow as he utters the word camaraderie. I come bearing I require no thanks for doing my sworn duty.
Modesty is your prerogative, but know that cooperation and goodwill have been rarities of late. You do your Lord Tunon a great honor by aiding your cousins in the disfavored.
No, don't mind us while you trade your gushing praise. We're sure the Fatebinder has come because our company lacks in small talk.
I come bearing an edict of Kairos.
Once again, you bring us support in a time of need. We fondly remember your service to the Chorus in the taking of the Bastard City. We knew back then you were destined for great things. But we had not anticipated you would be twice honored with the task of proclamation. So, do not keep us waiting. What is the Overlord's will?
Interesting, he remembers that I helped the Scarlet Chorus blockade the city, the Bastard City. Neutral, seems to come encouragement to work, minor favor, minor wrath. In honor of your incompetence and disarray, the edict will execute every living thing in this valley, unless Ascension Hall is taken by Kairos' Sword Day of Swords. Surrender of the Apex, where it was done. Willing surrender of Queen Wendy in Atlanta. The 26th of every month, or span, is Kairos Day. It is a day of holiday and rest for all within the Overlord's empire. Each Kairos Day is the last day of its span and referred to by the span's name. Kairos' Day of Swords, therefore, is this 26th day of the span of swords. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. Its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens, and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountain, feel renewed, the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to back up Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls, instead of through.
The Archon of War taps a finger against his temple. A low rumble escapes from under his beard.
So, you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
The Archon of Secret passes his scepter from one hand to the next. You hear the voices in your head. Watch him squirm. So many tears of irreplaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. He'd never see blood echo in a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He'd use the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brother's rib cage, because that's how a real man deals with grief. Chuckling softly with each toss. They call you the Archon of Secrets, but you certainly don't seem to know anything remotely useful.
I second the Fatebinder. Thought you had the memories of one of those Oathbreakers rattling about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kairos' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
The Archon of Secret turns his head to the side until the face of his mask is turned around, and a new facet of the mask presents itself as facing forward. When next the Archon speaks, the booming voice of an older man can be heard.
Cowards! If I were still alive, I'd freeze the blood as it runs in your veins. You may take the river, but you'll pay for it with your lives.
The Archon slaps a hand against his mask, rotating it until a new facet looks forward. The voices of Narad appear to be channeling the personality of Master Hegrivar. Hegrivar was one of the elders of the School of Tides, a southern school of Magi that fell to Kairos' forces in 429 during the initial attack on Vendrian's Well. By your orders, the Tidecasters taken in battle were presented to the voices of Narad so that their magic might be integrated into the Archon's ever-growing arsenal of knowledge.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Mitanni, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile.
I know that voice. Master Hegrivar of the School of Tides?
Yes, and that old codger put up quite a fight on the way out. Almost turned himself into a puddle to escape our interrogations. He's not the last of the Tidecasters, though. At the time of his death, there was another. A woman named Ebb. We believe she is one of the mages assisting these Oathbreakers.
Our lives hang in the balance because you two bicker like children. Now go, solve this problem you've started. My lord, Beric and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plan. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. I will dispatch him at once. The Iron Marshal salutes, clapping a gauntlet to a breastplate. Who's Beric? Though you know him only by name, Beric is a commander of the Stone Shields and well regarded by the disfavored High Command. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If it is favored, can take the river. The chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunon's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
The Archon twirls his scepter one last time. Suit yourself, Fatebinder. The more you ignore us. Then taps the fifth eye on the shoulder, and the two depart.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I'm short for a few salts, a few soldiers, a few at everything. I'm sure my brethren will be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. I would be honored to help. The Iron Marshal salutes Graven Ash and turns to leave the tent. I will be at the training grounds readying the soldiers. Find me there when you're ready. She pauses, clearing her throat. And though I'm loath to mention it, the Chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the Outer Valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp due east. Seek him out if you must. Oh. Now that you have delivered word of Kairos' edict to the armies, the time remaining until Kairos' Day of Swords appears next to the current date of the navigation bar. The terms of Kairos' edict must be met by this date, or everyone in Vendrian's will die. So, we have our time limit. Ooh, we can unlock this. And mine. And this as well. And mine.
I got it.
What have we got? Let's see. Iron Walker Gauntlets. These are indeed even better. Yay. Oh, it's a two-handed weapon. It has an even greater DPS number? How strange. 1823, it's a crush weapon on the other hand. Also has a longer recovery, but I can work with that. The War Mace then. She, on the other hand, seems just fine. Do I need more armor? I really like the Scarlet Fury hat, but then again, this is... I should have taken this earlier. This is great. What about her helmet? She's currently wearing my old helmet. And it's better in every regard for her, so of course she gets my old helmet. Yes! Fear the chosen of Kairos!
Will do.
Okay, nothing else to see. This battle report from Echo Call Crossing blames the failure of the assault on the village of the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently the Scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the enemy composition. You ask me, there's something deeply, disturbingly wrong with the Scarlet Chorus. On the other hand, they are just as expendable as their leader claims the other side to be. Elite soldiers, on the other hand, never that expendable. Surveyors. Earthshaker. Ooh.
I got it.
You look like you're important. What do you mean you haven't heard from Commander Ironcore? It's been a full span since we sent word to him. Last we heard, Master Radix said to keep an eye on the northwestern pass, that he'd be coming through there. Of the mercy of Kairos. By Kairos, it's Ironanus! It's the fire starter! And those swine things in the chorus told me you were a pile of ash. A massive soldier advances, arms spread to grapple you in an embrace. Surveyors, it's good to see you, but now's not the time. Halting his attempt to embrace you, Surveyors shuffles awkwardly on his feet before snapping into salute. I am honored that you are here and in one piece. Our little camp is overrun with these southern lepers that the voices adopt along the way. Surveyors looks out toward the brace of Quaman, loitering by the edge of camp. Probably half of them were the fuckers we didn't kill the first time through this valley. Troubling thought. Graven Ash doesn't tell me everything, but I know you're here on official court business. Iron Marshal's running the logistics on this one. I'm just playing slave driver, making sure the patrols stay on schedule. What is it you need? I overheard you asking that Earthshaker where the reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spellslingers to help break the stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you were at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. I could lend a hand. Could you? I knew that Tunon's agent wouldn't fail us on the time of need. I'll mark the last known site of our Earthshaker's reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege has delayed for so long? It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill, but that was before we knew the Wandering Guard had sages and that water witch on their side. A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They eagerly conscript the Wandering Guard. but I have no proof of this. But it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on these drafted tiersmen. They often send out on patrol, and we suspect they use that opportunity to escape back to the Venturing Guard. Every chorus conscript has a choice: life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. Saving your ass is what you're doing. But no matter, I know enough now. Let's talk about those two up here. Lucia and Marcus. Well, if it isn't the Fatebinder, what can we do for you? Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign. I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Gravenash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to a gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy tiersman besting you in battle. Lucia rolls her eyes. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, would take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We have elite fighters of a Northern army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. He shakes his head and sighs. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this. She unenthusiastically lifts up a heavy shield. And I do this. She mockingly stabs at the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of a campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the Ironclad bastards in this camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. Aye, and if you ever want some pointers on how to use the weapon of yours, just let me know. She winks. Which is damn incredible considering her masked helmet. Lucia, are you flirting with Tunon's Fatebinder? Relax, Marcus. There are plenty of camp slaves who ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visor of her helmet, you notice Lucia's eyes roving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. Hope you don't mind. How have your skills fared in battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? Every battle is a reminder of Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Gravinash love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. What's it like serving with a disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Territus. Unlike the Chorus, there is tradition, discipline, and teamwork, and a unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There are many of us, but it's better that way. We are a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Accurate enough, Lucia shrugs. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm's defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable legion of Kairos' host. Even if we're not always the most efficient. If a legion boasts so much honor, why are they I know why they are disfavored. I don't need to ask it. Lucia, I'd like to use some training. Give me training. Train me, train me, train me. Finally! Some fun to break up the monotony of a siege. Ooh, interesting. I can pay her to train me. 2 out of 45. Wait, do I get... I pay her for a... Oh, man. Oh, this is going to be... The character is already trained the maximum number of times this level. Oh, interesting. Oh, she leveled up. What might be more useful for her? I think she needs a greater accuracy and armor deflection. Yes. Ooh, duelist or skirmisher. She has skewer and burning iron. Nimble. And all of them gain a bonus bonus to dodge. Hits made with bow and arm penetration. Launch an arrow. This is far too awesome to not give this to her. Know your enemy seems rather useful. So yes, we'll make her a useful fighter, alright. Now, we have 8 days left. So, do I talk to Bit Equip again? Back again? Have you so little to do besides standing around with his favorite camp? Ah, yes. Bye. I mean, it's not like... Shut up. Yo, dude. I want to sell you something. I came across these... goods. Alright. Now I want to keep this, but sell. No, sell. Oi, sell. 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 Trade it. And just because I almost forgot, Potion of Invisibility as a side item.
Will do.
Alright, there's the Iron Marshal. Will Barrick talk now? Nope. Don't just coddle the impact! Push back with your shield! Take the momentum! Iron Marshal Arrhenius, field commander with his favorite Panzer fist in the air, she calls out to the warriors in the training field. I set eyes on your opponent's waistline! If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost! Fightbinder, welcome to our camp. Your favorite officer nods at your approach. A shame you are here to solve another disagreement between what should be allies. Though I trust you will once again judge in favor of the hardest working and the most courageous. You first came to know the Iron Marshal during the invasion of a bastard Tyr. Unable to share the plunder of the countryside, the Scarlet Chorus and disfavored came to you to help settle the chaos of the supply lines. Having awarded the supplies to the elite disfavored, you helped the Iron Marshal keep her warriors fed throughout the conquest. You were mentioning you're short on warriors and need help. What's the situation? I have brigades amassing along Placid, Echocorn and Little Tooth crossings. The Wandering Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but... Her words falter, a short cough breaking flow. We all die to Kairos' edict should we fail, so I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, right? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup, was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. She shakes her head, letting out a long, pained sigh. We found bodies washing up the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. Certainly made us reevaluate the number. We'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you scouts? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and just choose? And you just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. I will assist. Then our plan might just work. The Iron Marshal lifts a gauntlet close to her face, shifting her eyes from you to the metal articulations. We are loath to work with those who do not share training and our values. But we know that Tunon, the Adjudicator, selects only the most capable minds to his court, and I trust you will honor us all in the field. Antio will be leading the charge at Echocorn Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrick of his stone shields. She points to a heavily armored soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training field. Before you ask, no, the Forge Bound were sloshed on Dappled Siege when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise it's something of a curse. Tapping a helmet twice, Arrhenius signals to the hulking presence. Beric, come meet the Fatebinder. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Ah, I'll nod silently. Beric returns a nod, silent, save for the creaking articulations in his alloyed carapace.
Beric, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
Just a minute. You two know each other?
No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
She regards Beric with a mixed look.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Graven Ash leave you out in the rain?
Beric sighs, a frustrated growl checking his iron enclosure of his suit. Where do I know his voice from? It's Pillars of Eternity. He was not the fish guy, but he was the Roa Atoa guy, basically. Can't remember. Man, it hasn't even been that long. Anyway, I knew him as well as I knew anyone during the Conquest.
That can change. When the Tears are fully under our command, I'll take you to whatever passes for a watering hole in this forsaken country. We'll drink the local swill to honor the fallen.
Forget the fallen. I know a great brothel in Lethian's Crossing where we can watch something rise, then fall, then rise again.
The Fatebinder will be joining us with a push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help. More importantly, if my worries come true, and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
He nods to you, his armor creaking as he bends his neck. I ask that Beric accompany you there to betray the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Beric, you have been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? Beric regards the Iron Marshal in an oppressive silence. That's an order, Beric. She shakes her head and sighs, returning her focus to you. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spy out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. Actually, I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. Excellent. I look forward to your success in the field. And Fatebinder, one last thing. Sivius the Younger speaks highly of you. He was stationed at the Valam Citadel and told me you kept the Chorus mongrels from helping themselves to forbidden lore. She nods slowly. You've made the right call, though I bet you got a lot of guff for it at the time. When you're done with Agricole, if there's time for it, I'll share a little something about swordplay. Maybe you'll learn something new. Are you kidding me? What happened to your face? Well, I know what happened to his face, but you know what I mean when I say what happened to his face, because what happened to your face, man? Ooh, he has taken Punisher, striking using line meetings and targets engaging Beric, alright. weapon damage implies that he needs to be armed, which implies that he isn't currently. He seems more useful as a tank, but for that I need to give him a fierce demeanor. Oh, he already is a tank. Strange. Oh, his armor is also locked. It's a fused iron armor. Man, you're effed up. You are so effed up. Disfavored iron sword. Oh, look, it's shit. And also, 4 party slots. Woo!
Right.
What's our current party formation? The common square, it seems. Let's go with something different. Custom formation 1. I like this. This looks good. Anyway, we have only a limited amount of... Oh, she wants to talk to me. How did you do that? Verse looks at you with a quizzical expression. Do... what? Back in the Arkan's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Realm Citadel. I heard about it. How Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. That was me, alright. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the words of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just worth recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places, and I want to say where they lead. That's enough for now.
I got it.
And off we go. Let's go. Oh. 10 hours! Are you kidding? It's 10 o'clock in the morning, by the way. To the Scarlet Chorus. Ambush! Your path is blocked by a small group of Vendrian Guard. You can go no further until you deal with them. Oh, it's a scripted event even.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor line. Tidecaster, one of the Southern mages. Majority of the elders fled in 426 during Kairos' coming conquest. The few that remained were slain or imprisoned. Yep. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in a Vendrian Guard regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm. The blue flag is a symbol of diplomacy and truce, recognized across most of the known world, and it's a custom the Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of a blue flag is a grave offense. In both the Tears and in Kairos' empire, the customary punishment is death.
Did the voices of Nurat send you to gather my head and complete his collection? If so, we'll have to save our tussle for another time. Today I have business. Vengeance can wait.
Gain very major fear. Ooh, she's a possible companion.
You may have consigned my school to a fate worse than death, but you've done well by the Vendrian Guard. Many of them are alive today thanks to the truce you forged years back. They seem to think you have a trace of nobility in you. Here's hoping they're right. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
The woman bows deeply, lowering her head in a practiced display of etiquette. The warriors by her remain in a ready stance, their nerves clearly on edge. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
I have an Axial. Ooh, we can later on gain tune on. Interesting. Assuming he's our prisoner, what would you offer in exchange?
We would offer you 5 choirmen that got lost on patrol. They're healthy. Got other limbs, too.
I would not have us barter with Oathbreakers. Certainly not for anything less than disfavored lives.
You say there's something worth less than a disfavored life. Call me intrigued.
Tarkus Demos is dead. I will not negotiate with Oprah. No. Why not? We don't have anything to gain. Tarkus Demos is dead. Tarkus Demos is with the chorus now.
I see. That is as I feared, but thank you for telling me all the same. I prefer closure to wishful thinking. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Though you rarely have the luxury of matching names to the Countess Tearsman you've encountered, you're reasonably certain she's asking about the Venturing Guard warrior that took Drast as hostage at Edgewing Ruins. He did not survive the encounter. Another dead Oathbreaker. Whomever you will ask about next, I assure you nothing can be done.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
Sorry you did not find what you were seeking.
Then all that remains is for me to thank you for hearing me out. In accordance with our ancient customs north and south, let us part with peaceful accord.
She bows curtly, never letting her eyes leave yours before turning to leave. A moment later, the bodyguards turn to follow. If you ask me, that was the strangest sort of ambush. Grasslands. Ooh, something hidden. Azure Bell and Skycap. Take it, everything is taken. Quickest way to leave I've ever seen. Especially since she had to jump down the rock and all. But then I guess it's not something we should think about. Ooh, can we use something here? Ah!
Interesting.
You can make the faintest outline of a soldier's arm in the bottom of his pond, the victim of a previous battle in the area. Rod spear. Taking. "32 minutes. Go. Time is of the essence. And we don't have that much of it. Kairos' edict awaits. Oh right, before I forget it, did I activate auto pause? Combat start. Target destroyed. Alright, I think that should be it.
On it.
Go, go! Go, go! Plunder, plunder! What is this? Fragments of a bloodshanter's cloak. The scarlet-dyed swath of fabric is embroidered with swirling sigils of a bloodshanter's school of magic. This cloak fragments can be sold to merchant as spare parts. Okay.
Sorry, I can't.
What? Why not? Take another step, I'll pin your foot to the dirt! This is ridiculous, we have bigger problems here. It proves everything! The warrior slams their fists together in a resounding clap. Like, for instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Behind her, the members of her gang posture with weapons held up ready. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. What's the problem here? No problem here, Lord Binder. She tosses her blade in the air, catching it with a smile on the way down. Captain Fuckwit here seems about to balk from this challenge. Thinks just because he's used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. She spits on the ground, looking up with a scowl. So I'm calling him out, because the way I see it, his warriors ought to follow me, not this new blood. Captain Fuckwit, but my father. Fuckwit will just do fine. The warrior points at the opposing gang. If we have to prove our strength, we'll do so happily, but I'll have your hands and feet removed and the rest of you kept for my own use. I'll let you all fight this out. The soldiers offer a quick, solemn nod. Come, who of you will be first to meet my blade? The gang leader tosses a knife from one hand to the next. All dead. Their stuff, now mine stuff. Bent bronze sword and rusted iron sword. What are you looking at? Well, doesn't help to be Captain Fuckwit then. These are chorus grounds. State your business or get lost. The old guard places her hands by her belt as you approach, gripping the hilt of a blade. Past this point is chorus territory, and you don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I am always in the right place. The guard tenses up, locking eyes with you. That walking hunk of a rust. What's she maybe doing here? Stepping close. Push her down. Before she can draw her blade, you advance. Place your foot behind hers and give her a stiff shove on the shoulder. Caught off balance, she tumbles backwards, triggering an outburst of laughter in the other guard. I can't believe you assessed a fate binder! You're such a stupid ponce! Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? The guard waves at you with a smile. Come on in, and don't let the ninny shitters in camp give you any guff. I can already tell I'm going to like this. Oh, I'm going to like this. Just changing custom formation there. Ooh, a scroll. Wait, can I use the new scroll? Yes. Learn Sigil of Reaching Grasp. Nice. Nice-oo! Who are you? The Binder of Tunon arrives! Oh wait, this was... The Binder of Tunon arrives! Squealing with teenager's timbre, the fifth size voice makes your gums itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. And we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives. But worry not, we'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Dressed in the bronze-red regalia of the Crimson Spears, the fifth eye beckons you to stand close, wagging a blood-spattered glove. Have you come here to order the Scarlet Chorus to die so that the disfavored might live? That was how you played it back at the Vellum Citadel, after all. Typical reasoning of a Northman. Disfavored lives matter more than conscripts, no? Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? I trust you are getting your warriors ready for battle. We know the Oathbreakers are focused on this citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. Given their patterns of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the Outer Valley, and unless we deal with a second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. You have how large a force? And for all these weeks, you've let the enemy move freely through the valley? I'm heard! Insult my manners or maturity, but do not insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. The Crimson Spear clasps his fists together. We have dealt with countless Oathbreakers, but one group remains at large despite our best efforts. Captain Pelox's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. So you need help taking out these Oathbreakers. And while a good old-fashioned slaughter would be an efficient solution, the smarter answer is not to kill them, but to add their strength to ours. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners.
and one of his prisoners claims she can lead us to the Wandering Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If we knew where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try and take their captain and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus.
Why not just ask the Archon of Secret? I thought he could interrogate anything. An unintelligible mutter escapes from under the fifth size mask as his posture stiffens.
And I'm sure you can drink all manner of cider, but that doesn't mean you'll drink every barrel of cider in sight. A boring, insignificant mind is a waste of the Archon's efforts.
I've known the Archon to demand personal interrogations, but it's only ever been with leaders, mages or other greater merit. I've often imagined the interrogation process is not to be taken lightly. Perhaps it's downright exhausting for Nerat. I will speak with a prisoner.
I will meet you there. She is waiting by the other prisoners.
Alright. What do we have here then? A scroll. Let's read it.
More law points for us.
Sniggler Dagos. Let's plunder his things first. What the hell is this? Light armor leather. Oh, it's basically a complete armor set. Okay, take it. Upon noticing your approach, the merchant straightens his posture and smiles. Oh, what an honor! The name Sniggler Dagos, originally from a relative tranquility of the Northern Empire, I have since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kairos' forces supplied with only the finest goods, local and imported. Let me see your wares. He wants this little... It's not much, but let me know if you see anything that piques your interest. Yes, I see that. It's not much indeed. This. Ah, what the hell is... no, I want to keep this. Might want to keep this. Might want to keep this, but not this. Right. Scarlet Chorus leather armor. Ooh, that's a fine light armor. Fire Ice Stone. Plus 10 control fire. Oh, it's for a fire mage. Ripper. One-handed and thrown weapon. Is it any better than... No, not really. It's not better than Gutseeker or anything else. What about Barrick? Is it better than his current weapon? Not really. His melee attack is really shit. Well, what else do you have? Some camping supplies. Do I already have this? Don't think so. Why is this so effing expensive? Don't have enough law, which increases the accuracy of a spell. I want this. Because it's fun, I want this as well. He has 3 of those. I don't need this actually. What about my current boots? Worse. Gloves. Most likely worse as well. What about her? Oh, it's actually better than her current one. Why? Doesn't make any sense if you ask me. Oh, I already have 13 by the way, so I can just basically trade this for me, and now he'll get 6 still over all and everything else. Those gloves are better than only Verse can equip this, don't care really. Oh, it's worth 3! I don't think we'll lose anything. Let's see. Where's our worse? Where's our worse? And this is something she already has. Give her the boots as well. But which shield sell? The rod spear. Yep. It's not like I really care about her equipment, truth be told. Okay. Do I need... No. That should be about it. Yep. Alright. Don't know if it was right, but it's what we do. This threadbare tents show signs of hard use and long-term exposure. The dead. Oh, plunder this. What's this? Shattered glass vial. Take it. Though, did we just take the rest of a glass vial? Which is kind of bizarre in the first place. Oh, there's Variah Kell.
Huh.
Ooh, iron sabatons. And something secret. Some rod spear. Nice! Nice-oo! Let's see. It is actually better than what we're currently wearing. Compare. Well, that was pointless. Yes. Alright, now. Anything else? No, can't use these. He can't change his equipment anyway. Oh, by the way, I think I had the ability to go into stance now, don't I? Yes, I knew it. Stance Blitz! And she, by the way, should now go into...
Let's see what falls out of you.
No, that's pointless. Let's go with the accuracy
I see
one.
you there.
A higher ability to get critical hits is always better. Because in time, the critical hits will make our damage. Please! Someone! I wish to bow before the voices of the rat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. A woman in the makeshift armor of the Wandering Guard lurches forward in agony. Her soiled, trembling legs suggest she has been forced to stand for days. This one, he flippantly waves at the prisoner, was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Wandering Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing. The prisoner turns pale a moment before a look of determination comes over her face. And I wanted to guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as captain. And I'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Wandering Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Because I want to live, and you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. She blinks several times, catching her breath. Kairos is the new strength of the Tears, and I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Florin and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. She turns her head, taking a long look at skewered and smoldering corpses around her. She tugs at her restraints, but to no avail. You're lying. Why didn't you tell me what you actually know and I'll see about saving you? Well, you see... Shaken by your demand, her lips move wordlessly for several seconds. So, I don't exactly know where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you. She shakes her head, catching her breath. Search that one. She reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpse. The tall, dark one missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of choir men yank the boots of the fallen guardsman. A rolled parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into a fifth-sized hands. He unfolds the scrolls to give it a read.
It's nonsense. just mash of words. Laughter erupts from under his mask. She said she had information. She gives us garbage. Slay this wretch, you're wasting our time. He snaps his fingers at a nearby Scarlet Fury, who promptly snatches a long knife from her belt. Nah, let's remain silent. Make the cut shallow. Give her time to regret toying with me. The Scarlet Fury slices open Varaya's neck. Pinned to a final resting post, the Vandering Guard soldier thrashes and slays for several moments before bowing her head in death. We're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position. Not with this cryptic mess. She promises answers, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
The voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Varaya, an older gentleman with the quilts, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds on the sages of the school of ink and quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rips of the fabric you spot burn scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated and tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. Who are you?
I'm Sage Lantry, one of the hired quills that was coordinating missives between the Vendrian Guard captains. They aren't paying me anymore and aren't coming to my rescue. So I'll decipher that parchment for you. That's what smart prisoners do, right? Make themselves useful?
Let's see. Read the parchment for yourself. You unroll the parchment and see a message of modest length written by professional, albeit hasty penmanship. The Tearsmen speak the Canto just like the Northerners, but they have a half-dozen different ways of writing it. This particular script is unknown to you. Can you read this?
Well, let me see. I can't. Uh-huh.
You hold the parchment in front of the bound sage, and his eyes dart down the length of the missive. You reads the words the second time, nodding in silence.
I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours? Either you can read it or you cannot. What use is a sage who doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one.
It can... Oh no. It can hurt to give him those oaths. Your life depends on you translating the scroll now.
I would love to help. I just need some time. That's written in another sage's shorthand. I'd have to sit down with it, or better yet, compare it to a piece of his writing I have stashed on me somewhere. If I sat down with it while sufficiently sober, it's highly probable I'd figure it out.
Sober? Since when do we share the good stuff with the prisoners?
Oh, nobody shared. Right before I was taken prisoner, I imbibed several vials of reagents. I wanted to be numb and disconnected when my captors used me for carnal catharsis. It's made these last few days tied to a post almost enjoyable.
It can't hurt to give him a few hours.
You read the edict! I don't need to tell you the sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us.
The voices of Narad will be upset to know you squandered a source of enemy intelligence.
How true. And we shan't put him to waste. He will serve as a most riveting source of amusement as we put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
He obviously has useful information. Yet you're willing to let him die for sport?
Clearly you need an education in Scarlet Chorus justice. Anything that satisfies their sick amusement is fair play. If the Conquest is any judge, there are no limits to their depravity.
Did Graven Ash castrate you during recruitment, or do you just not know the meaning of the word fun? I'm actually curious.
With a shake of his head, the fifth eye gives you a shrug.
Is it not obvious? If he is a true enemy of the Overlord, he will perish by our blades. We can survive when he is strong, and the strong lead. Thus his crimes will not be crimes, but simply the actions of a mighty. What's not to understand? This isn't alchemy.
Fine, but I'll be his champion. This one needs to live.
Good. I like it when Tunon's puppies get their paws dirty.
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters?
Raising his arms to the sky, the fifth eye roars for all nearby to hear.
Try by combat is upon us!
The sage is unbound from the post. His stiff legs nearly buckle as he attempts to walk, and his arms flex and flail in their new freedom. Wiping sweat and grime from his brow, the sage steps close to you with a nervous smile. Rhythmic roaring and the stomping of hundreds of feet in unison flood the camp. Hordemen begin to circle and swirl about, brandishing weapons and cheering. If they got this worked up to fight the enemy, Avenger the war would be over by now.
Begin the chant of gathering! Let the warriors know that tonight's entertainment will soon commence!
I wonder, what is that chant of gathering? Chant, 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 chant.
Brothers and sisters, who amongst you sets the standards for strength? Who amongst you will help win out the weak from the strong?
The fifth eye waves his hands in the air, drawing in a gathering of chorus soldiers. Ooh.
Our claimants have been assembled. Now let the trial of the Oathbreaker begin!
Ooh, combat has started. And we got Lantry, a sage on our side. So basically he is our mind guy, yes? Great. More wits to him. Though, more wits isn't usually... Why is he -1? Penalty for might. Oh, right. His might is so low, he's actually really bad at this. I don't like him having less life than the others. Usually a bad thing if you ask me. Quill Sage Preservation. He has Renewal, stores party's weapons, armor, pristine condition, increased damage weapons. Alright, that's a nice one. Is that it's an allied AoE effect? Quill Strike. Lantry throws a well-aimed quill at his target, interrupting them. You can use Subtle Throw. While stealthed. Oh, he's kind of a rogue. Lantry rapidly attacks his target with a series of improves range attack. Sage. Lantry strikes his target, interrupting them and glowing their non-physical armor. If used from stealth, but his attack will also paralyze your target. Otherwise, Gifted Vigor. Control Vigor, control life. Lantry's Renewal, even greater increased weapon damage and armor, granting bonus to arcane armor and magic defense. Oh, he basically just gets it. You know what? 1, 2. Erase the record. Second breath. Ooh. Save. Yes. Here. You know, though, I have to wonder, why are all of them, she and him, level 3 and I'm not? Somehow irks me. Yes. You, on the other hand. Iron Trolling is what I first read, but it's Iron Tolling. Yes. Strike the iron while it is hot. Alright. Go on then. Skewer him. Skewer him. And we, on the other hand... Ooh, I've learned Quicken. Lantry quickly gets hit by another search for restorative energy. So invigorating, also hastened. I am already hastened. Hmm? I missed.
I am a sheep.
Oh, you're not going
Oh. Maximum amount of people like that.
anywhere.
Ha! First enemy is already dead, as you can see. Which is only by useful tactics and the fact that these are really weak enemies, I suppose. It seems like a combat you are supposed to win. Of course, in that case, that's just what you expect, actually. He has used his ability, and then can skewer her. He only has engaging her. Don't care. She's dead. Now you engage here. Her. You engage with Fury of Blows, so everything is okay. You are a bit damaged, bleeding even. Don't like this to be true. Titan's Touch, Storing Touch. Is that his own? Oh yes, he can actually instantly. Ooh, this is nice. Heal yourself, my good man. And it's only a cooldown ability. Oh, we actually killed her. Just like that. Very well, on to the next one. Ooh.
Oh, you're not going anywhere.
Quite the cooldown, actually. Skewer her.
If I had...
Ah, both died at the same time. Excellent. Oh, they didn't. I was just blind. Oh well. Well, dead is dead.
By the righteous shedding of blood, we have found the answer. Regrettably, it appears the sage is worthy of leaving our camp alive.
The fifth eye offers a short, mocking bow to Lantry.
By the custom set forth by the voices of Narad, you are free to go, old man. Brag to your grandkids that you fell afoul of the chorus, yet live to tell the story.
Now we see if this old man was worth the effort. Gracious Faintbinder! The sage holds his hands up, scouring backwards. I am humbled that you would put yourself at risk for me. I assure you, you have my full obedience and cooperation. I thought I died tied to that post. The sage looks down at his robe, worn wrist in disbelief. Now, hand me that parchment. I'm certain I can decipher it. Several hours pass. Well, much of the parchment was with it, but I could make out the important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of Tribnedel.
So the old sage knows his words after all. I'd ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of the chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see.
I know the area, and I suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this camp.
You're offering to come with me. Something's amiss. There's a lot of fight in you for an old scholar. Now you're offering to join this expedition. I've met sages every bit as cutthroat as hardened gang bosses. They act the part of doddening scribes, but don't let that fool you.
Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting. But I'm not with the Cove Breakers, if that's what you're fishing at. I worked for them under duress, but I've no love for them. I'm not about to pledge to the chorus, and with his favored wouldn't have me. Still, I consider myself a Kairos-fearing vessel of the Overlord's empire, all the same. For as long as I've been sage, I've been trained to defend myself. We don't spend all our time binding books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries we've been a quiet war with the schools of Tide and the school of Wild Wrath. You can travel alone as much as I do, and not know the bronze dance.
So you won't be a parchment weight during fight. Good to know.
Oh, no! I'd like to think I'm worth at least 3 or 4 angry peasants in a fight.
Swear fealty to me, and I will let you leave this place with me.
If that is your price, I will pay it. I, Sage Landry of the School of Ink and Quill, do pledge my services and skein to the Fatebinder, and by extension to the Court of Tunon.
He dips into a steep bow, before rising with a solemn smile.
I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and how to not get killed. Really, I won't slow you down. Lead the way and let me know if I can be of service.
Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Tribunal. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. Missy, you don't clip anyone unless I tell you to. The tents. Oh, that reminds me. Plunder.
Sorry, I can't.
Plunder. Ooh, where the hell are you? Oh. Get it. What's this? Water. Who would have guessed? It's water, by the name of water. Even more to plunder. Take it. Oh, it's locked, damn it. I think it was Pillars of Eternity, where when you move the camera off screen, everyone moved that bit faster. Doesn't seem to work here. Who's Salvaros, by the way? And what's back here? Some fish. No, this is actually okay. I do suppose I could put her on bow duty. Anyway, out we go. But not before we plunder them! Plunder, plunder, plunder. Sword. Oh, it actually is better than the one he's currently using, which is kind of sad, actually. Take it, take it. Now, bronze sword. Yes. Okay. Scarlet Fury helm, don't care. Fury boots, don't care. And she already has everything she needs, if I remember correctly. Yeah, not for that. What's this? Light leather helmet. Ooh. Hide it. Looks silly otherwise. The fact that he's using a giant quill is somehow, well, I'll say bizarre. Ooh. Yes, much better. No, not these ones. And actually the helmet is just as well as the one he's currently using, so no point in exchanging them. Anyway, we'll continue onwards just as soon as I've found what's to the right. Oh. Thank you, minimap. It's a topaz. What's this? Death Knell, Bar's Rack, and Fifth Eye. So, why didn't I meet the servant of Naras here? I mean the voices of Narat. I feel that this is somehow strange. Death Knell, Death Knell, Death Knell. Yo! You! As much an accusation as a question, the broad-shouldered woman shakes her head with a scowl. So, you're Tunon's Fatebinder. I was expecting something more impressive. She bows in spite of her misgivings. Definite Scarlet Fury. My time is yours for as long as it amuses me. The fighter effortlessly spins the brown sword about in her hand. Let's get one thing clear. Stick to your words and law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would just be a tripping hazard to those of us having a proper bit of carnage sport. We've got enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. All our horde recruits seem good for. Of late is pilling in a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. Piling, actually, sorry. She hums low to herself and flips her sword side to side with several deft clicks of her wrist. Keeps up and we'll have to toughen our equipment standards. Again. Now what do you need? You said something about the horde, Finning. Insult me again and I'll bury the blade in your belly before you can scream. She peels a surprised but pleased laugh at your threat. Tapping the flat of the blade against her thigh, she cans her neck until it audibly creaks. Maybe there is something more to you Fatebinders after all. You said something about the horde, Finning. Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of a chorus for as long as I've been with it. She offers a one-shouldered shrug, ambivalent, if anything, but more likely just uncaring. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better. Putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally, merely requires the proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have the problem of lingering loyalties. Deserters are rarely successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendrian Guard, strengthened by the numerous blood ties, have been particularly stubborn, so I have a better plan hatched. And what might that be? I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves with guilds with oathbreakers claimed from a battlefield. I'm not interested. You sure about that, Binder? You think long and hard? She flips and deftly slashes the blade of her sword through the air. And you tell me you're sure about that. I'm not doing the Scarlet Chorus dirty work for them. Get your own horde pup to do it. The Fury scowls, instantly soured by your response. Why am I not surprised? Impartial to the end, is it? Our end, mind you. If we can't break the siege at Vendrian's Well. And for that we need bodies. Ones that aren't trying to desert during the damn attack. She spits a glob at your feet. Tell you what, you change your mind about dying, you know where to find me. Farewell then. Don't think I need anything else from this place at least. And no, not anything else. Everyone, we're leaving. To the trip-nettled wilderness. Six hours. Oh man! And you just know that these are just the starting things, just the starting quests. Oh man, this is going to either be totally effed up or worse. Scouting. Reinforcements! Finally! Come this way! We need to... The chorus warrior pumps his tattooed arm in salute. Midway through the gesture, a look of confusion comes dawning across his painted face. Sister Verse, what did I do to deserve such a helping hand? A chuckle escapes the man before he shudders, placing a hand over his mouth. At once alert of the need to remain quiet, his voice drops to a harsh whisper. The fifth eye has a sense of humor sending you. Verse returns a cold glare but says nothing. You two know each other. This one used to run with my pack until he left for Daphne's gang. Motherless swine didn't even have the guts to fight me for the right to leave. He just packed up and left with a coward's tail between his fat legs. And wise move at that. How many of you lost any of your command so far? He holds up a hand, stifling a smile. I misspoke. I'm sure you only got most of them killed. Can't rule out death by their own incompetence. Seems Stefanel didn't take my advice and have you gelded to curb your outbursts. If you want to fight him, I've got your back, but we do have a mission here. Ah, another time then. Fake limp, get comfortable with the idea of a knife in your belly. It'll come from me as likely as not. Although sniffs and returns her weapons to her belt. Just tugging your chain for old time's sake. You were always happier when you had a nemesis out in the world, eh? Their camp is just yonder. He points to the northeast, and we've kept an eye on them for the last couple days. Some of them left a few hours ago, looking for food, maybe out on patrol, but they haven't returned yet. Might be wise to strike now while they're divided. Leave the oathbreakers to me. My gang and I will lurk nearby. When you make your move, we'll descend and help with capturing Florian. Don't worry, I'll let the others know you did the heavy lifting. I'll cheat at battle, but not with my reputation. I don't want you to cheat at battle either. Because that's not only dangerous, it's in fact stupid. Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, what did we find there? Oh, some water and beer. Just for...
Will do.
Reasons. Ooh. Bronze axe. Unfortunately, it's one-handed.
Curious.
And what's this? A staff of boreal frost. Interesting. What have we just found? No. Can you use this? Oh, we can actually. Ooh, man, staff. Kairos' edict. Different weapons. Well, he uses his quill. I can't give him a staff of boreal frost just like that, I suppose. Oh man, his accuracy is so low with it. Forget it. No. Nope.
Will do.
Send me your champion! I can't move!
Wait, didn't I give you a bow?
I'm not dead yet.
Well, soon. Ah, come on. Can you please just kill her already? Finally. Man. Oi. Oh, damn it.
Damn!
Oh.
Thing couldn't pierce cloth.
You can't tell me that's not something that's close or akin to what we would usually call evil. Holy shit, did you see that? Ooh, a trap. Well, nothing
I
to
got it.
plunder, man.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
I doubt it, but then again, you're invited to try. Florian's camp. Time is of the essence.
Interesting.
You know what's even more interesting? It's an ambush camp.
Right.
She's again going with a skewer. Why is she going... Man! Oh, right. I'm an idiot sometimes. Safe. Did you just run into the trap headlong? Are you that stupid? Well, he did. Doesn't help me.
Bleed out!
Why did you just do
You
that?
little shit!
Can you please stop changing your weapon set?
I'm on. You got it.
Ouch!
Get back here.
Can you please
I got it
now? Ooh, we leveled up during combat? Alright. Oh yes, because we got a +1 to... Now, let's see. Do we need to be quicker? No. Maybe wittier? No, this is not wit, this is vitality. Maybe vitality? Wittier? Stronger? Amusingly, this is increasing our subterfuge. Now, what power should we take next? Wait, is our stance even activated? I should check with that in a second. Two-handed! Save. Oh, wait, I think... Oh, yes, it is. Not dead yet.
Is that?
Oh no, the old man's almost dead. Or as good as. Oh no, he has some quick items. So why can't I use them for him?
I got it.
No, wait. It's blood.
Come on! Yes! Alright, now this one is defeated. We go to the next one immediately and as fast as we can. Because otherwise the old man's going to fall down with the next effing strike. I really don't want that, truth be told. Damn it! I assure you, this is going to hurt you much more than it's going to hurt me. Oh, I won't cleave you. I have no need for it.
Take that.
Come on, cleave them. And here I thought that we're killing them both. Damn it. Continue. You're outflanked and outclassed. And dead. And gibbed. Holy hell. Oh well. Now what can we gain from you? Oh, a Vendrian bow.
Can't do that. Yes.
What's his current maximum life? 110. 3 wounds. Holy cannoli. Unfortunately, I can't really
I got it.
It's right now.
On the lookout.
I have a feeling there's a reason why we can go from the back.
Found something.
Oh, you gotta be effing kidding me. You got.
I'm an exhausted mess. Can we pause for a few hours of medicated bliss?
Why did he just pull out that trap?
Slow and steady.
Yes.
Oh, shut it. Only reason why I'm doing this slow and steady is because I was hoping to find something I wouldn't otherwise. Because I was hoping to go in from the back, you know? It seems more and more like a bad idea. I wanted an advantage, not a wounded leader. The Overlord's peons have arrived! Blades up! Forks in hand and ready for battle, the Vendrian Guard captain bellows orders to the warriors in his camp. Dressed in tarnished bronze and sporting countless scars across his arms, Pelox Florian towers over his peers. If you value your life, drop... His words fall silent as he scans your face in careful detail. Wait. I know you. How on Terratus do I know your face? Can it be? Peacebinder? The warrior relaxes his grip on his fox. Come to lecture me about not holding up my end of the surrender? If you value your life, drop everything and flee. Or stand and fight. Unhappy with that option too. It just seemed unsporting for me to suggest it. I left my nicest blue flag at camp, but I'd like to talk over same. You want to talk? Florian looks in either direction at the soldiers, gouging directions. Fine, speak your mind. Try anything funny though, and I'll run my falx clear up your backside until you taste bronze. Raven Ash sent me to inquire about the disfavored taken captive during the uprising. He did? Quiet down, oaf! Them? He regards you with a puzzled look. Captain Tarkus would know more. I've been in the field for quite some time. He lifts an eyebrow, sizing up. I'm sure you know we don't kill prisoners, but I can't give you a better answer than that. The Scarlet Chorus wants you. Just you. The rest of your warriors are incidental. They can walk away and nobody will notice. You better have a damn good reason for spilling our plan. You speak freely of our plans, don't you? I've little love for the Scarlet Chorus, but even I won't divulge our secrets to the enemy. Curious. Almost flattered. Florian nods, slowly pondering your comment as he studies your head to toe. Why tell me this? What angle are you playing? When the Archons are unhappy, I'm amused. I want all of you to flee today so you're alive to trouble them tomorrow. Nah. I want you to know what that sound is when reinforcements arrive. Cora's taking in a... As before, I'm only trying to minimize the body count. Call me idealistic. The Vendrian Guard captain inhales deeply, taking a quick survey of the soldiers as he exhales slowly. I will do it. If you allow my soldiers to leave, I will concede and agree to be a prisoner. Surrender, and the rest of your crew may leave. You hear that? Go on, and tell the crew back home that I'll return soon. And if not, the captain turns his gaze towards you. Well, if that happens, I trust you will all avenge me. But if this Fatebinder speaks true, I'll be back soon. I'll even bring back a souvenir! A sword hat of the voices of Narad. Nothing personal, but I can't come back empty-handed. That said, I only need you. The rest are free to go. Say your farewells. You're coming with me. Each warrior in turn approaches Florian, embraces and readies to depart with a silent nod. When the warriors have said their goodbyes, they hoist their rucksacks and depart.
On it.
Oh, I had to go this way. Let's see, what do we have here? Studded iron gorget. Gorgets protect the throat during battle, or offer little but the way of flexibility. Oh, nice. Of course, let's wear that. I mean, why not? It's not the silliest thing we'll wear this game. Outbreak. This bow was fashioned to scatter formations of enemy soldiers from afar, and has seen more than its share of combat. Yes, I suppose it does. Suppose it has. Suppose it will.
Got them in my sights.
For now, no rest. Uh-oh. 7 days left.
Curious.
Ooh, nice. Ah yes, the chorus. Striding into camp at the tail end of a sprint, the Scarlet Chorus Warriors begins to speak, but stumbles forward, bracing himself short of collapse as he catches his breath. More! On the way! His words roll out between labored breath. Patrol! From this morning! Coming back! Well, look at that! He smiles an exhausted grin through his heavy breathing. The captain is in one piece! Just as requested! The voices will be pleased! Wait! The voices will be pleased? I thought I was going to see General Ash! This wasn't part of... The captain's lips curls into a sneer. I should have fucking known better. The captain looks down at his feet. A slow smile creeps over his face. You haven't won just yet. Second patrol should be returning right about now. You can tackle the incoming patrol. My gang and I will make sure this outbreaker sees the voice. Good hunting with you, Binder. The Archon of Secrets will be most pleased. Of course I can tackle this patrol. What do you take me for? Eliminate the Vanguard Guard patrol.
Time to lighten my step.
Now I wonder, where the hell are those guys? Not here. So that means to the south end.
You didn't see nothing.
But I think that's a song, isn't it?
Slow and steady.
Didn't see nothing yet? Oh, I apologize. Sorry. I just sometimes have these, you know, call them moments when I need to sneeze really, really badly. Ooh, these are archers. 3 archers? Are you kidding me? Run him through.
Right.
Send them at me and wait!
This weapon is entirely worthless. That one.
Oh, can't you just kill him?
Will do.
That's how it's done.
Why are they always concentrating on the healer? This seems, well, logical, but also really bad for me. Oh, this guy is called an honor guard named Bastion. Oh no, it's an ability called Bastion, alright. So they increase their defense by this. Also, second time the old guy falls. Damn. Go into dodge mode.
It's a hit!
They won't even get close.
What the hell was that?
I got it.
Ooh, level up. Level up, level up, level up. You need to be quicker, my friend. At least base level quicker. Also, as a oh, I seem to have lost something. No, no. Passive effects. Oh no, I mistook that basically. Damn it. Whoopsie!
You got it.
Oh.
Finally. Come on, flow your flows. Ah, damn it. Finally, man. Wait, I think I'm playing on hard, am I? I am! Oh, this explains a lot. I should optimize my party more often. Are you kidding me?
Oh, God. Don't recall it.
Why is his ability... Oh, he has a cooldown that's already through? Damn. That's not really that good.
Sorry. I can't.
For the Queen!
Ah, come on. Gotta be kidding me.
Oh, everything hurts!
Yes, I know. The man that is the human bastion is my final warrior. Oh, right. This is going to be fun. Well, at least he survives.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Ah, come on. Yes! Yes! We survived on 13 HP. Not our best moment, I admit. But survival nonetheless. Honor Guards Bronze. Yes, we already had that. I think I'll need to rest now. Because otherwise, this is going to be hell. Great. Let's get out of here. This place blows. There were Northern Clearing. The favorite Earthshakers report you traveled to this location and may still be present. Shortly after 1 PM. We are also now entering the 3rd hour of the Let's Play. Just in case you wanted to know. So, well, not entirely correct, of course. Not the 3rd hour of Let's Play in general, but...
Come out, you cowards! Come out!
Ooh, tower shield. He's currently using a disfavored shield. How does the tower shield stack up? Holy moly! You're using the tower shield. You are using the tower shield. Trust me. And you, on the other hand, you are put down to Blade Dancer. Or Default. No, it's okay. Use Blade Dancer. No, use the Default. It's most likely the best thing. You will use Protector. You are party support. Use Blade Dancer. It's most likely the most useful thing. Now, short save because no one wants to restart the whole game.
I'll stay
On it.
downwind of our enemies.
Come on, you cowards! Don't waste your breath. We should just starve them.
And there we go.
More tallies to the body count.
You imbecile. You're getting skewered. Oh yes you are.
I'll take care of it.
Flurry of blows.
On it.
I'm not dead.
Are you kidding me? Why is she disengaging?
Bleed out, you little shit!
They are once again trying to get the old man. Which is really fascinating to watch. How the AI is basically trying everything it can to just kill Lentry.
Right.
I'll spill your gut!
Alright, his one is down. Then...
I'll omit that from the record.
He's fallen again. She, on the other hand... No, this archer is so low.
Not a problem,
You can use a normal attack for that one.
boss.
Oh no, look, he's still on. So then, look. Skewer him. You, on the other hand, really need a heal potion, of which I have several. Ah, that slot can't be changed during combat. Of course not. Ah, come on. Well, I'll need to distribute them after this combat then. Rightio, rightio.
Sorry, I can't.
Ah, damn it! Disengaging killed him. Alright. So, Barrick has killed the Outrunner then. Next is this one.
You're really
You missed.
is weak.
Should still be able to kill this one. The mage! Kill him already! Why is he not using the abilities to his fullest? Also, use his searing of...
I will aid you.
Sorry about that.
What are you doing? Use the searing of flames, you imbecile. Finally!
Right.
And suddenly, with no magic, we can kill him. What a surprise. There goes the last one. Poor Lentry. Still dead. Again. Oh, the Earthbinders. You're not with the Oathbreakers. No, of course not. How did you guess that? Because I killed them?
Quiet down.
Or because I'm not wearing a coat?
Right.
Don't try to think about this too hard. No. 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 How do I... Alright, now. 2, 1. No, I need to divide these guys. Oh, right, now. Drop 5. Alright, now these 5 into her inventory. Alright, now. Now, those 3 more into that. So 2 into this slot. He has 2, she has 6, he has 4. That means we take of these. For him, only 1. And for him, the final 2. So now he has 3. And we have now... he doesn't need that many really. She has 6, which is also far too many. Let's do it like this. Plunder them first. To save that bracer. Because, well, they're dead, you know.
Interesting.
Ooh, something to plunder. Heavy leather gloves. Nice. What else do we have here? Oh yes, the dead Earthbinder up here. I always call them Earthbinder because of Avatar, the last Airbender. But then again, they are not Earthbinders, of course. They are Earthshakers. The difference is palpable. It really isn't. It really isn't. Right, yeah, I think we can exchange those. Not having bloody gloves is usually a good thing. Less deflection and accuracy against less. Well, yeah, sure. I can work with that.
Yes.
And something tells me this might be useful in the near future. Seven days left. You, Earthshaker. Ah, a fate binder. How fortuitous. The Earthshaker pounds his chest in salute. For us, I mean. Decidedly not for the Oathbreakers. Whether intended or not, we're indebted for your help. You're welcome. He spreads his dark-streaked lips in a relief grin. May the stones guide your steps, and may you walk without falter on sturdy ground. I need to speak with Commander Ironcore. With tremorous fingers, the Earthshaker pushes his hood back on his sweaty forehead. He glances, warns the group of very battered mages behind him, before meeting your eyes. I am afraid I'll have to do, as I am the mage in charge of the circle, Earthshaker Hellspar at your service, which is also a great name. Where's the rest of you? Was part of your squad killed or otherwise separated? Aye, the Oathbreakers fell Grisandere before we could erect the barricade, but our circle alone was all Master Radix could feasibly spare. We got here, and though we weren't, we're ready to help. Wait, your commander isn't even here? What do you mean, only could spare? Did Ash not order your entire guild's return from Azure? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it does not matter, I'd expect you to understand. We absolutely cannot abandon Cairn to the Stone Sea. His nostrils flare in mild ire. As we've only recently located him, and are in the process of constructing a fort to guard his remains, we could not spare another mage. especially now when the beast tribe had flocked to Cairn and in its final days has become increasingly territorial and contentious. This is grounds for treason. The Earthshaker pales considerably. I fully understand why you might suspect our intentions, but I can assure you, Master Redix and the entire guild remain steadfast to General Ash and our most blessed overlord. If only you could see it with your own eyes. Our research efforts with Cairn could very well hand victory to this favorite in this war. Not if your general and his entire army is dead. He chokes, and the Earthshakers behind him gather closer, murmuring in surprise amongst themselves. One of them, a woman with wispy russet hair, slaps him on the back so hard, shockwaves tremble through you and into the mountains past. If they... What? He gasps for breath. How? The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. If we don't take the well by Kairos instead of swords, everyone here will die, including Ash. Well, clearly Master Reddick was unaware of the severity of the situation. He glanced worriedly to the other mages in the circle, as they all visibly absorbed the meaning of everyone here in the edict's range of afflictions. Had we known, assuredly the guild would have come in full force. Or perhaps you would not have come at all. But you are here now and cannot escape the edict, so I suggest you report to Sevius in the disfavored camp and help us to win this battle, or you'll be as dead as the rest of us. With a shaky nod and an even shaky salute, the Earthshaker gave us a circle, and cloistered together, murmuring or perhaps chanting in hushed voices, the battle mages marched toward the valley.
Will do.
Well, to the front then. This favorite camp, Scout Force camp. Oh, I can't basically go to the Scout Coast camp anyway. Surprisingly enough, this is more exhausting than I thought. Most likely because I'm reading everything. Ooh, this looks nice. That's the fifth eye, there's death now. Yo, fifth eye. Nope. Nothing new from him. Ooh, Siren has come out. What are you? A young beastman stands in the shadow of an enormous beast woman, whose statue still manages to loom over you, even in a crouched position. The beastman's mouth froths with spittle that launches in every direction as he snarls at her.
My devil has promised worthy, that brave for joining, but beast woman only realized Night Owl turned weakest of humans, saves best skill for self.
He pounds the earth, causing a small fissure to erupt.
Night Owl was second strongest of stone stalker males before joining scarlet humans, rotted even within the blood with tribe's primer, was promised own back for abandoning tribe mates.
The crouched beast woman lets out a deafening cackle, her broad sharp teeth appearing between each bellow. No, claw at the throat, he's only muling first season, capped before beast woman now, see only tenderfoot, Clearly she's making fun of him. Sniffs at the direction, nose wrinkles as she cowls, disgusted by a foul scent. Humans always encroaching on beast woman have no sense of danger, no recognition for prowling. Hungry predators are worse when sniffing beastman grinds the beastman's face deep into the dirt before lifting a claw and jaw. Good, okay.
Speak quickly, and maybe beast woman will listen.
I bet you I could take you. The beast woman snorts, a stab of incredulity opening the features of her face. Then she howls with wackling, full-bodied laughter.
Closet-throat human who's male, who's bold enough to challenge beast woman. Expected blunt claw to be feeble as Night Owl, whimpering at beast woman's feet.
She licks her fangs, longingly as she assesses your hidden powers and strength.
Embittered woman in a little and whelp girl like night owl to drain. Glares at foot with a blade joy fighting with human.
This is really not that important for us. Let's talk with Siren. A young woman stands flanked by a pair of soldiers. The ornate headdress cresting her brow lends her otherwise small figure an intimidating aspect. From gear to gown, everything about her starkly contrasts the wretched state of the camp. She looks both at ease and uncomfortable, composed in her element and completely unsure. She turns to you.
Greetings, worm.
Ooh. Her voice takes you off your guard. It is bare of any inflection and yet full of beautiful music. If you didn't know better, you would guess that she actively was suppressing or modulating her vocal tone. You dare to address Tunan's Fatebinder that way?
I do, and with great pleasure. There is nothing in Tunan's exhausting law that precludes me from disrespecting his menial servants. Nothing at all.
It is you who dares, vile one. It is you who speaks out of turn. Her eyes flash.
You address Siren, the Archon of Song. While the Archons of War and Secrets bicker like a pair of scorpions, I stand aside and watch with glee as they poison each other. And you are Tunan's Fatebinder. What brings you here to the middle of the battlefield? Did Cairo send you to shame Ash and Nerat into action?
Ash certainly needs someone to dig a heel into his back, if only to distract him from his problem. She purses her lips in thought.
But Nerat, he's just a cat playing with a realm-sized mouse, isn't he?
And what makes stand aside and watch with glee looks more like you've been tossed aside.
Absolutely fascinating. Do you always resort to taunts or name-calling when presented with a threat to your authority? Do you feel powerful and in charge now? I'm 15. What's your excuse?
She waves her hand, brushing away the conversation.
Anyway, we have a more important matter to deal with. There is something you can do to assist me.
From the corner of your eye, you see Verse cup her hands to her ears, turning her head away from Siren. Siren's mouth opens in a perfect O shape, and the sound that pours out is captivating, entrancing. It dampens the ambient bustle of the camp, until it seems that nothing exists but her voice.
Remove my helmet.
The ruby headpiece on her brow flashes, as if in warning. At your service, Archon Siren. You discover that Siren's helmet is locked behind her head with a complicated mechanism. You want nothing more than to bash the lock apart and free the Archon, satisfying your command. Before you can make the attempt, one of Siren's guards places a hand on yours and shakes her head. She points to a wad of cotton sticking in her ear. The distraction shakes you from your stupor. You feel dizzy and sniff back a trickle of blood from your nose. What was that?
Really? That's it? How disappointing. It was worth a try, I suppose, though it appears to have been a colossal waste of effort.
She sighs and gives a sheepish smile.
I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're more nuisance than help. I have no further use for you. Perhaps later. You're dismissed, Fatebinder.
You try to get inside my head like that again, little worm, and you'll regret it.
I said dismissed until I have further need of you. Your presence displeases me.
This time her voice takes on a different quality. It screeches like a piece of flint stuck in a grinding wheel. You can feel it down to your toes, and you want nothing more than to make a hasty exit before the Archon inflicts more of a terrifying song.
For the love of Kairos! That was the Archon of Song, in the flesh!
Darting his head with a furtive look back at Siren, Landry sighs in awe. Don't be so dumbstruck.
Dumbstruck? I don't exactly meet Archons on a regular basis. Maybe to you, this is just Judge's Day.
Mostly to me, this is just a spoiled brat that's in need of a good thrashing. Now, where were we? The Battle of Echo Call, yes. Outer Valley. Forge-bound iron. Earthshaker reinforcements. Alright, so. For now, that also means that this entire encounter was basically pointless. Because there's nothing I could do here. To the Battle of Echo Call, where we either find the iron we need, or, even worse, nothing. But kill lots of people. Oh well, you can never be too sorry for doing that now, can you?
I'm sure you're all young, alert, and feeling unstoppable, but I need a break.
Well, in any case, with our arrival now on Smith's Day, with 6 days left in Chiron's edict, I'd say that we should pull to a halt here. It's been 3.5 hours, and I'm pretty exhausted, to tell you the truth. Anyway, for now, this is me signing off, and I say thank you for listening, and goodbye.